Good evening, guys. Good to see you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Pretty good, actually. My cold is a little bit better, so I'm happy with that.
It's that time of year.
Right now, I got a problem with grandson here, and my son-in-law not answering the door when his worker was trying to drop him off, and so I got to get him to answer the friggin' door.
And good to see you again, Mike. And Gil. Hey, Daryl. Good to see you. Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle. Good to see you again, my friend.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. And Elusive, Dartmoor Survival is in the house as well. And Mark was in the beginning, so he will pop in probably, as usual. We wait a couple of more minutes before we get into today's topics. And I have actually some questions in my notes. So that is needed to be answered. So, but we take that when we get into the topic. And the topic for today is life's uncertain, your succession plan. And this is a topic that is forgotten, been considering Gil.
Woefully under talked about.
Pretty much never talked about, I think, really, from what I can see online anyway.
Yeah. Well,
I haven't seen anyone talk about it.
I know that, let's see, about 2 years ago, Uncle Al died bullfrog, and I talked about it. And a couple of years before that, Southern Ohio Prepping and I talked about it. But yeah, it's something that, it's like, oh, I got life insurance. Yeah, well, who's your beneficiaries? What's going to go what? What about the house? If you own the house, what about the cars? What about your retirement plan? Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff.
When the pills that China's working on to make us live till 300-year-old appear on Temu for like a fraction of the cost, we're all going to live forever anyway, so it's fine.
Problem is, we'll be living forever, but we'll be hooked up machines in a nursing home because of the side effects.
That's fine. As long as you can point a web camera at me and I can still get a stream going, that's fine.
Can you imagine the age of retirement if we lived till we were 300 and my job would expect me to work until I was 295.
But imagine the lump sum on your pension that you'll have accumulated in 200 years.
Yeah, for that 5-year lifespan you've got near the end, which they'll tax and take back.
You need all that for the machines to keep you alive.
Exactly.
Good to see you, Anunnaki. I put some notes with some certain questions. The questions you put in the mail, I put in the notes so I remember them because I don't want to change big tabs between the YouTube studio and my Gmail. So that's why I put them in the notes. And I have some other questions on top of that extra. So that will be interesting.
Fire away.
There's a picture.
Anunnaki, I just got a cold, but I feel a little bit better.
Yeah. And when I was talking to Shadow beforehand, with the different places that I've worked, I have an operating engineer's retirement plan. I have a employee profit sharing from Mountain Cascade Construction. I have the Federal Employees Retirement Plan. I have the Homeland Security TSP Retirement Plan. I have Social Security. I have I have a Les Schwab retirement account we've put money into. And every one of them I currently have set up that my wife is primary and my daughter is secondary. She's the oldest. And I still get emails every year. Have you set up your designated
Hey, Guardian, good to see you.
secondary person? And it's like, yes. Can't you guys check and see that it's already been filled out? But at least they were reminding me. So this is why I bring this up, because I get reminders all the time. Have you done this? Have you done that? And it's like, yes. But most people don't think about it. I mean, for preppers, who gets your preps if you happen to get hit by a car and die?
Good question.
When that happens, is the missus going to sell them for the price we told her we got them for?
And what if she's in the car with you and you get hit by a semi truck?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for looking after family and stuff like that, but I genuinely think the preps won't be passed on. So my target is to pass the knowledge on more than anything else.
And one of the things that back in 1971, after the Sylmar earthquake in Southern California, my parents finally got on the stick and started getting stuff. And they had a year's worth of freeze-dried food from Sam Andy. They had 25 6-gallon buckets of red winter wheat and some other stuff in there, and there was some cardboard barrels packed with toilet paper and some other things like that they bought in bulk. They put in these cardboard barrels my dad got for free. And out of, there's my sister who's 10 years older than me, my older brother, me, and my younger brother. Guess who got all the preps? The only one that was teaching it at things. They gave it to me and my wife because she didn't trust the others to do with it what they should be doing with it. And occasionally we will still open some of those cans from 1971 of freeze-dried food, and it is perfect, still good. Absolutely fantastic. Guardian Prepper's in the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna check if he wants to join us. So I get him the link anyways and see if he wants to pop up. He usually does.
Yeah. That's and one of the reasons why I know I got it, because I was more into prepping, than my brother was a little bit, and my sister was a little bit. My other older brother, none at all. But for us, my daughter across the street, she's got half the basement filled with food storage. My son donates money to my wife to buy more food storage for the house because he's renting from her, but he has a whole bunch of other things out in the shop for, like he's got I think he's got like 20 about 20 of the 20-pound propane tanks out there filled, and about 15 5-gallon jerry cans out there filled with gas. And once a month, he pulls 2 of the jerry cans out, fills his car up with it, fills them back up, and puts them at the back of the line. But yeah,
That's the way you should do it.
Yeah. So if you're going to do preps, you need to, the best thing to do is get those that you love invested in it. Find out, what do you want to have in case everything goes out and the store's closed? What do you want to have? And get them to buy it. See, then your wife will be, they'll say, oh, I bought this stuff. I'm not giving it away. I know what it's worth now.
I interviewed somebody on my channel on the Prepper podcast once, and it wasn't part of the interview. So I won't say who it was and stuff, but they had a father who was based overseas, who was a prepper, and he had a container full of stuff, and it was just more to ship than it was to just let it go. So a full container's worth of preps just ended up, I don't know, going to the highest bidder, I guess, at some point.
Yeah.
But I mean, I foresee that with my storage unit and stuff like that, because as much as I want the kids to be involved, they're not gonna they're not gonna carry it on in that way, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting as well about inheritance and things like that as well. I've been kind of unlucky enough, I suppose, to have been the executor to a couple of wills, my grandparents' wills, both of them individually. And one thing that I didn't realise until I went through that process was, in this part of the country anyway, and the part of the UK I'm in, what you write in your will isn't actually always honoured. So my grandfather was very specific about who he wanted his property and a lot of his possessions and some of his money to go to. And he put it in a very specific thought out order based on, one or two of his kids didn't ever speak to him. They hadn't spoke to him in 30 years, etc. But he had a couple of grandkids he wanted to give money to and, things like that. And it became painfully apparent that writing a will, in Scotland anyway, doesn't mean a thing, because it automatically gets overruled by the courts if just one of those people who are excluded from the will makes a claim. And then it goes by a sort of succession.
Direct kids can challenge it instantly, can't they?
Yeah.
It's like they've got to have a stake in it.
Grandparents,
one of the things here is
grandchildren, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of lawyers now will say, you want to exclude somebody, don't exclude them, give them $10. And then put in there, if they protest the amount they're getting, they get nothing.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the courts will honor that. But there's something that here in the United States, I don't know they have that over there, called a living trust. And basically, stuff is placed into a living trust, and the trust has an executor. And so, like all land is put in trust, cars, bank accounts, everything else. And when the person dies, no one has claim on it because it has belonged to the trust for years. And the executor of the trust decides what happens to the money in it and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can hand stuff, it's the same over here. If you can hand stuff down while you're still alive, then it becomes their property already. So that's obviously the best way to do it. Touch wood, none of us end up on that road. But if you've got a diagnosis and your time, then you can pre-do all that and save a lot of aggro. I've seen families, friends, and everybody torn apart through people not having a will as well. So as much as a will can be contested, not having one can be... Everyone assumes they know what you would have wanted, and it's usually something that's their benefit, Yeah. I didn't talk to him for 10 years, and I never gave him the time of day, but he'd have wanted me to have his house. Really?
Yeah, of course. 100% so right.
That's the thing I like about having a video will with the written will. That's exact. So basically, you have the written will, and on the video they're reading it to you, and this is why you're not getting this crap because you ignored me. You've been disowned, type thing. And at the reading the will, and all the relatives are there, and they can't say crap because the video is saying no. I don't like you. You dishonored me as your grandparent or whatever. And no, you're not, this is why you're only getting $10.
Kids, I've buried all my gold and silver at an undisclosed location. You must use all the survival skills you ignored from me to find it. The first one to find it gets it all.
That's very well said, Mark. I think that would actually work. I really think. Well, specifically, they've got to kind of find the code through the knots as well to do like a knot test for them. Like
everything. There'll be everything. It's going to be like National Treasure. It's going to be a whole adventure across the world to try and get the money. When they get there, they find out I've only got copper, no gold and silver here. Sorry.
In the UK, they have inheritance taxes as well, which can be astronomical. So definitely something to sort of look into once you're You got a lot of people have property that increases in value without them even really knowing about it, and so they fall into the inheritance tax bracket without having any idea, and that it can be a horrendous amount of money.
Yeah, they could have bought a property for 100,000 30, 40 years ago. That property is now worth nearly £1 million.
Yeah.
So to pass it on, it's more than any of them have income wise, and this is why farmers are kicking off at the moment about the taxes and the inheritance taxes over here and stuff like that, because farmers generally are asset rich, not cash rich.
Yeah.
So they're to pass it on to their family will be lumbered with a bill, which they then have to sell assets and land off to cover the bill.
Yeah. They have to ironically sell the farm in order to inherit the farm. Just so they can pay the government. There was actually there was a story I was hearing on Radio 4 not too long ago. And it was a story about two elderly women who were both sisters, and they both lived in the same house that they were born in. They were born in 80 years ago or something. And their mother bought the house way back at, God knows when, for a tiny amount of money. But the house now, because it was, near London, it was now worth a couple of £1 million. And these two sisters lived there. But if one of the sisters died, the other sister wouldn't be able to inherit the house because she would have to pay inheritance tax. And they had no money, these two sisters. They were just living off a normal pension. But the value of the house was so astronomically high that even though they both owned the house, one couldn't give all the assets to the other without paying some sort of tax. And because they weren't married, of course they couldn't be because they're sisters. There was no way around this. And so if one died, the other one would have to leave. It was mental.
There is a way around that. It's called, at least here in the United States, it's called a quick deed sale. And what they can do is they can have the paperwork all filled out and dated, selling the property to each other for $20, and just have it done already, but not filed, and dated and notarized, but not filed. That way, when the one dies, they go, "Oh, you're gonna go? No, it's mine. It's all mine. I bought it this thing from her," and it's not inheritance then because you already own it.
Yeah, I don't think you can lower the value of your property by selling it for lower than the market value in this country.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. The value may still be up, but they don't have to pay inheritance tax on it because they already own it.
I think, definitely just listening to a couple of us talking here, it's definitely important to look into the local laws of your state or your country. Because like I say, I had no idea. I grew up believing if you wrote a will, that was it. Everything that was written in that will was absolute. We all see those TV shows. But I was shocked to find that in Scotland, which has got different legal systems from the rest of the UK, they're very strict about the fact that, no, the will doesn't matter. If somebody contests it, then it goes through this other protocol. And it's very, very heavily weighted against the wishes of the person who wrote the will, which I just found unbelievably stupid. But that is the way it is here. So you would have to at least get an understanding of that and work your way around it. And I suppose it's important for the thing about some preppers is, especially some of the welfare preppers out there, you could have tens of thousands of pounds or dollars worth of equipment and gear or land, and to spend your entire lifetime building that up in the hope that you pass it down to your kids or somebody who's helped you out or something, for it to just be divvied up and ripped apart and taken partly by the state or given to some distant grandchild that you'd never met or something. is a terrible thing, I think. I mean, it's a real travesty.
It's
so
really bad in this country when we can't afford to die. It's too expensive.
It's very expensive to die in this country, yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One of the things. Yeah, go ahead.
No, after you, Gil. I can hold my thought, no problem.
Okay. Fortunately, here in the United States, there's some really great laws around all this stuff. There are the trust laws, LLCs, and S corps. There is you can set all your land in a land trust, and someone can say, "Well, that was it." And you go, "Nope, that's been owned by a land trust for years. They've been paying rent on it to the land trust." So, like if we put our properties here in Idaho and into it, there'll be a land trust for the one across the street, a land trust for this one, and we pay $5 a month rent to the land trust. Because it is an investment corp, the land trust is listed as an investment corporation for the family's living trust, which covers all personal property. And you can have a trust controlling an LLC, controlling an S corp, controlling the land trust, the whatever, everything else, and it belongs to the trust, not the person. So the person dies, it's like, oh, they're renting. And there's no thing to trigger, oh, we need to collect inheritance tax on it. No, because that was set up through a retirement investment corporation, which controls the land trust, or controls the LLC, which owns all the vehicles. And so it's one of those things that's, you got to go through all the paperwork ahead of time, but hey, going through the paperwork ahead of time is going to eliminate a lot of pain later on, especially for your spouse or your kids. Okay. You were going to say?
No, you're right. It's a practical point. And I think that we should try and be more practical with everything, right? Logic needs to be your core value. So basically, when it comes down to the way that I've seen families kind of be torn apart, as soon as, a relative dies, or there's sort of inheritance, or there's, money that's going to be handed down, or property or something, the way that I've seen people that would claim to love each other, like relatives and stuff, be like savage. And it's how many different times that I've seen an exact repetition of this. So it's just like the way that, I don't know, throughout my life as well, like the pursuit of actual material wealth when it comes to money and that as well. I've seen like disgusting things. Like I hate greed, and I'm being serious when I say that it's like a common thing. So your succession plan on this topic, life is absolutely uncertain. Like I don't know how I survived till 40. Like it blows my mind. But like realistically, when it comes down to like where we're heading and to hand down things, like it's more about like improving the property that you have for your little ones. We can't even always say over here that, that there's going to be any sort of hand down of property because, and I don't want to get into like the property rights thing for South Africa. It's a whole mess in many ways. Those who know, but basically what I'll say about it is that it's just trying to hand down knowledge, as Mike was saying. It's the best thing you can do. Like it is absolutely the best thing that you can do to like encourage, people beyond yourself. And when we are prepping, a lot of the things that we do prep, if they are to stand the test of time, like very rugged, durable, long-lasting items, then we are able to, hand those down. And it's just something that I haven't actually said on live stream. And usually I keep things a bit personal. But my son is being born in 1 week from now, and it's actually like it's an incredible.
Congratulations!
Experience. Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. Yeah, like I'm on top of the moon. Like I'm so happy. I'm like really like I can't wait. So yeah, it's just like a week from now. And basically, an opportunity as well. It extends another opportunity. Already, I've been trying to teach my little ones already that I have. But for this time being, I can definitely pass that knowledge on and pass a lot of those preps on. And I think that it's really important to have those plans, like such as a will in place, because if you don't, then it really is like terrible seeing people, like at each other's throats about material stuff.
Yeah. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I have some questions that Gil wrote for me.
Can I add to Guardians before you do the questions?
Yeah.
Can I just add to his point very quickly? Sorry, before we change the topic, just because he mentioned like the whole he hates people being selfish and stuff, and I've seen that with people where siblings like jump on and take people's stuff. That works on the other foot as well. You as an individual, if you're getting older, if you're getting later in life, if your health's not great, think about setting up your kids, your family in life. So think about setting them up in business. Think about what you could do for them now while you're still here, rather than hoarding everything and then all of a sudden you're gone. You know, so try to like not have that selfish mentality of it's all mine. You kids have to fend for yourself. If you're like, you know, in your late 80s and your health's not great, then maybe start thinking about distributing stuff while you're still in here, while you've still got a chance to see them enjoy it as well. So I just wanted to add that to it as well.
Yeah. I had, it's with Gil's questions. I have, and with my questions, that is totally 10 questions. So we go to Gil's questions later because I put my questions on the top. So the first question is, who will make decisions if you can't?
The next in charge.
Somebody needs to make the decisions if you can't. Okay. So who?
So, I mean, are we talking about SHTF? Are we talking about just if something happens to us as individuals in peace times?
As individuals in peace times.
Yeah, I mean, it would pass on to my partner. She would make decisions as it were, so kind of thing, if I wasn't able to. Mainly she'd be saying, please turn the life support off. We need the check. But other than that, generally it would kind of pass down that natural pecking order that a family has. I think a lot of families already have that kind of natural leaders within them. So that's what I would add for that.
I think it's definitely important to have something of a chain of command, if you like, when it comes to all aspects of not just prepping, but also your own life choices and things. We can talk a little bit about the real world situation that we're in just now, where it's obviously tends to fall to your wife or your husband, and then the SHTF situation where it may have to fall to, I don't know, maybe you have a son who's of an age where he is able to sort of take charge of some things, because it could be that you're getting on in years and so is your wife. So it makes more sense for maybe an older son or daughter to take charge, kind of like a head of the household, you know, the way they used to do it in the old days. I think as well, I mean, something I just want to kind of slip in there as a little bit of a fly in the ointment is we're talking about sort of inheritance and succession and things, but one of the biggest scuppers to this, I find, in the real world, are marriages breaking down. You know, everybody has this notion that they'll just pass everything on to their wife or their husband. But if you're not married and you live with somebody, I've never been married. I have lived with somebody for 20 years. You know, legally, she would still get most of the rights of a married person. But
falls under common law over a certain period, right?
To some extent, again, in Scotland, there's actually no such thing. So, you know, she doesn't have automatic rights to things like the house. I have to actually put that in writing and do it a very separate way. But again, that could be challenged. So there are legal hurdles and things you have to think about there. But if you are married and say you're on the process of divorce, I mean, a lot of your possessions and succession plans could be scuppered simply by that. You know, you could find yourself in some cases impoverished by a marriage breaking down, for example.
My divorce cost me about 10 times more than my wedding cost me. Just throwing that out there.
Well, yeah, I can believe it. You know, I've got many a friend who have, you know, they're on their second marriage now, and honestly, I mean,
first one's a practice one. First one's a practice one. Next one's for real. It's fine.
Yeah.
One of the things talking about.
Sorry, Gil. I was just telling Mark that my wife strongly disagrees on that point.
It's on an individual basis, Mrs. Guardian. I promise you, it's me. It's not you.
Not a problem at all, buddy. I'm completely messing with you. It's fine.
One of the things
Sorry.
I know they have here, I'm not sure they have it in your guys' countries, for medical purposes, is the written orders for yes, resuscitate, no, do not resuscitate, do not administer certain drugs, do this thing. This person has full power of attorney if I am unconscious and unable to regain consciousness in 48 hours. This person has full power of attorney to do whatever. There's all sorts of legal documents here you can get filled out to take care of stuff like that. However, those documents need to be updated as if you start to get a divorce. Because sometimes things happen to people while getting a divorce, and he has this do not resuscitate order.
Yeah, I mean, I changed jobs, and not long after I'd broke up with my ex, and it was only when I changed jobs I realized I had to reassign who got the death in service kind of payment. So even though we'd broke up, if something had happened after that period, she'd have cashed in. I mean, if that's not motivation to run me over, I don't know what is. So watch out for that and make sure you let them know you're no longer in the will.
I didn't know he was standing behind the car. He was in front when I started looking down. I thought, sorry, but I didn't know he walked behind the car.
But madam, you went back over him 3 times.
No, it's definitely like a situation where I don't mind, making sure that my wife gets something as well, even if I've got to pay a bit every month. Obviously, for life insurance, it's something that I'd much rather leave, like her in good hands as well financially, just so that there's that dip bump. And I'll tell you, Mark, I genuinely very seldom say this, outside of Bob, who's also like one of my favorite people online. But yeah, like we definitely appreciate the person that you are, Mark. Like I think that, your character as well, you're definitely, for some reason, like the first time that I saw you on panel, I was like, this is like one of my people, like it's just the way you got a charismatic spirit.
It's embarrassing me. It's embarrassing.
I'm here, brother. Like I don't say it very often, but like you're one of the coolest people that I've seen online. So I
appreciate you. I appreciate you.
So you can make all the jokes you want about second wives and stuff, and we won't mind. You completely forget it.
You won't mind, but you might see a hand come in behind me and just smack me up the back of the head at some point.
Right. Oh man, it's good. Yeah, there's a lot to be said when it comes to like, just the long-term plan of what a person, and not just yourself, but also advocating for preparedness as well within your community, and getting people more involved in gardening, getting people to take, more responsibility when it comes to just looking at local emergencies. And there's a couple of ways to just get those conversations started, because your succession plan shouldn't only be for yourself or your family, but also like, your community is something that is rather important. The more that you gear your community towards understanding how to be resilient in the toughest of times, like the more that you have the capability to also know that you can rest peacefully, knowing that the community around you, because in SHTF, for the most part, when there are communities, like in certain countries, they actually, they advocate for preparedness. They actually give out brochures and booklets. I think that they do in Sweden and Switzerland. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shadow. In Sweden, do you guys also get the brochures to prep from your government?
Yeah.
You see how good that is? More countries need to do that. You look at that. That's brilliant. I love that. Like, I don't know what it means, but I love it. Like, it's fantastic. I can't read that language.
I did a review on the Swedish one on my channel because they produced it in English as well. So I did a review on the book. It's really good, and it keeps it almost slightly lighthearted as well. So it's not fear. People have got this impression that if we tell everyone to prepare, it's going to be a mass panic buy, blah blah blah. But there's just ways and means of doing it. I just think, I don't know, they don't want to lose that level of control here in the UK. Yeah, if we're all prepared, we're all less reliant on the just-in-time system.
Good point.
Yeah, I agree.
It's very true.
And the second question is, how can you protect your assets from probate court?
Probably
Yeah.
the best and easiest.
Somebody
thing to protect
needs to explain that to me. I don't know what the probate court is.
Okay, so probate court is basically when a person dies and there's no will, the probate court takes over and decides who gets what. The first ones get paid is the federal government. Second one gets paid is the state. Third one gets paid is the city and counties, and then whatever's left over goes to whoever they deemed is eligible to inherit.
And I assume after that fact, they'll just follow direct bloodlines to the most related.
It starts with wife, children, grandchildren. If there are no children or grandchildren and a parent is surviving, it'll go back up to the parent.
I'm just going to leave everything to the Cats Protection League, and they can all fight over nothing.
But like I said before, wills, trusts, family trusts, and S corps, which are basically aimed for private corporation, for personal family corporations to protect them. Here in the United States, those are ways you can do to get it to protect assets from going to a probate court. If you have a will that limits a probate court, if it's a will, probate court, all right, will's there, it has it. However, you still need to pay your taxes first. But that's one of the things I like about the trusts and stuff. You can put, all right, we got, like I said, we got 2 properties here in Idaho, 1 property in California. We're working on putting everything into individual trusts. The trust will then be, they'll be in land trust. The land trust will be coordinated by a retirement investment trust, which is a tax-free trust, so that if we sell a property in California, it's held under the retirement trust, so there's no capital gains tax on it because it's part of the investment for retirement, and the money goes into that and it's held into that. But you need, if you know a financial planner, talk to them. They can work this out for you, a lot easier than what we're trying to do here. That's the most important thing I can say is get either a financial attorney or a financial planner, and they know all the things for your country, your local area on what works and what doesn't work. Then you're gonna have to pay for it to set it up, but once it's set up, you should be good for life or for death.
Many workplaces over here offer the services free. And with my work, they come around every 4 or 5 months, free will writing service, etc., financial advice. And I see so many young people just brush it off because at that age, you're going to live forever, right? Take advantage of these things if they're free, guys.
Mm-hmm. I think another thing that's probably quite important to remember, it's something that we should prep for, is it's all very well and good to have things like, okay, I've got life insurance, I've got this pension plan here, I've got this pension plan over here. One thing I realized when my grandparents died was this stuff was scattered all over the place, and it was very hard to find any of this information. You could have a life insurance plan, but when you die, they don't know you've died. Or you could have an old pension from a job that you've had 10 years ago, and it's just sitting there gathering dust, or an old bank account that has cash in it, or stocks and shares that are just sitting there redundantly doing nothing because they don't know you're dead. And your relatives or whoever you want to pass this stuff on to don't know where it is or that you even have it. So, I mean, one thing I tend to do is I've got a spreadsheet on my computer, which isn't password protected, so it's really just a document to kind of keep track of what's coming in and what's going out. But along with that, I've got things like, I pay £30, a month life insurance, for example. But next to it in the box on the spreadsheet, it has the policy and the company. So, if I suddenly died while I was sat here right now, my partner could at least look at that document and say, okay, he has a life insurance policy and it's with this company and this is the policy number. So that takes away a lot of the heartache and the expense of getting a lawyer to track all this stuff down, because that would be the most common way I imagine it gets done, is you go to a lawyer and then they use means to digitally find out where all your pensions and life insurances are, but they'll do this at a great cost.
If that happens, Alan, I'm keeping the advert revenue from the viral clip that I'll get from it, just so you're aware. I just want to be completely transparent with you. You're a good friend. I'm going to definitely monetize that if you do.
If I suddenly just do this, keep going, just keep streaming. Do not end the stream. I give you full permission to carry on.
Like I said, my wife and I have matching thumb drives, and we have, password protected documents in there showing where everything is, what is the username and password to all these accounts, so they can act on it.
Yep.
So, and then the thumb drive itself is password protected as well. And
I've got a couple of thumb drives. There you go.
Yeah, that's a lot of thumb drives.
You've got that's from all his ex-wives.
I got a 2 terabyte hard drive here, external. Actually, I got several of these as well.
Mine's bigger than yours, Gil.
All right, I'm not going to pick up the one off the other computer over here, but it is a 20 terabyte external hard drive for my other laptop over here.
But to be honest, these are the survival drives that I sold on my shop, and I've got 96 of them to write now. Nearly at 100.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea to consolidate a lot of your things into one place so a partner can use it. But it goes without saying that that's an important document. Then you have to keep that very safe, because somebody breaks into your house and they steal your thumb drive, or they get onto your computer and they see that document, then they can give you all no manner of hell, with all your passwords and things.
So for that very reason, my missus knows all the logins for my phone, because it's a password archive, it's everything like that. It's got the bank logins, so if anything happened, she could get in and transfer all the money out or whatever, or still have access to things. We're not them people that don't let each other touch the phones. She knows my password, I know hers, so that's another touch point, as well as like USB drives and computer and stuff, that she can get into if anything happens to me.
It also demonstrates, I know we're going to go through a lot more questions. I know Shadow's going to go through some questions with us, and we're kind of we're mostly focusing on the real world scenarios just now, but eventually when we talk about the SHTF side of things as well, this really demonstrates why the lone wolf mentality is doomed to failure when it comes to any kind of succession plan. And that will always fail, unless you're genuinely a person living by yourself and you have nobody that you particularly care about. It's impossible and particularly dangerous to go with the notion that I'm a lone wolf. The idea that, okay, I'm the prepper or I'm the survivalist. I have all the information. I know where all the caches are. I know how all the equipment works. I know where everything is, and I will, protect my family. But then I'm the first one that gets, eaten by the zombie. You've really just purposely put your entire family at great peril, because you've given them the false sense of security that you're going to be the person that's there at the forefront of everything, providing all of the support necessary. And they've let their guard down because you've put yourself in that position. And then you've went and selfishly been eaten by a zombie or whatever. And,
I mean,
that's what's happened.
This came into my preps recently, because I'm writing instructions on things. So when you open a box, a container, there'll be a sheet in the top, and it'll say what's in there, what to do with it, etc. Not so much for zombies eating me, because I'll definitely be the hero of that story. I'm going to be Rick Grimes grinning up, sort of thing. But there's a 15-year age gap between me and Mrs. Urban Prepper. Yeah. There you go. Gil's already just chowing down. There's a 15-year age gap between me and Mrs. Urban Prepper, and where that doesn't feel like much right now, if it's SHTF, the care for me in my 50s, 60s, and 70s is not going to be available. People's life expectancy is going to drop dramatically. So there's chances I'm going to be struck down with some very treatable disease because there's no way to treat it, and die of old age at 49. Touch wood. And she's left alone. So it's coming to my preps in that way. And some people do it like I've done, where you've got separate sheets. Some people have done it where you get like a prepping book. So you've got a book with everything so they can turn to the page and thing. I would argue the best way to do it is get them involved more.
Yeah.
Like, so she'd never been out camping in her life before she got with me. Now she has, and she's done it without electrics, no mod cons, anything like that. So it's a good way to learn.
Yeah, I want to tag on to that real quick.
Go for it, Gil. I'll jump in.
My mom was born in 1922. My dad was born in 1930. So she was 8 years older than him. However, my dad, born in 1830, the beginning, first year of the Great Depression over here. When he was 8 years old, he was running the family gas station and smoking.
I assume you mean 1930, not 1830, because...
Sorry, 1930, yeah, sorry.
You just made yourself an extra 100 years older there, Gil.
Yeah. All right, anyway, so my dad in the 1930s, during the Depression, was running the family gas station, started smoking at 8, and he passed away at 58. 59. Father's Day, 1989. He passed away. My mom lived until 2008. And she was 8 years older than him. Now, I did just the opposite. My wife, the staff sergeant, is 8 years younger than me. She turned 60 next week. So so that's my concern is like, okay, I've outlived my grandfather and my father. My grandfather died because he got ran over by a horse and cart, but that's different. that was an accident. Still things happen. So yeah, preparing, for my wife, I'm trying to make sure that like everything here in Idaho is done in the next couple of years where she doesn't have to do hardly any work to get the garden going. I got the orchard going, got everything going. So its property is self-sustaining for her when she retires from her work. And,
yeah, that's smart. Yep, specifically with regards to the orchard. Love it, Gil.
Yeah, and so I'm just, that's the one thing that scares me is not living as long as my maternal great grandfather who lived to be 92. If I lived to be 92, my wife's going to live to be close to that age too. We'll have everything taken care of. But it's leaving my spouse hanging is what bothers me the most, and that's why I like this topic is so important to me. Is to try to get everyone else thinking about that. Is your spouse going to be taken care of? When all of a sudden you disappear.
Yeah, it's obviously one of the more important things, and I'll just give you a little bit of information just quickly, and I'll turn my cam on. I apologize to everybody in chat and the panel. Like I'll turn my cam on in the next 5 minutes. There's just a lot going on here right now. So basically, if I can just cut to 2 points. The first point being that I'm also 10 years senior to my wife, and we've been together for 14 years now. And it's where like it's actually it works out perfectly just regarding the maturity level. It actually does work out for the better because usually women are more mature than men in a lot of ways. So it actually does. It's just been amazing. Like it's just been like the best dynamic for myself personally. To each their own. I completely get that. And then obviously with regards to your health, Mark, you mentioning that your health as you're getting into your older years and that as well. And also the element of, after SHTF that the life expectancy could drop. I'll actually argue and say that because of the lack of certain things that we get from the just-in-time delivery service. Let me see. So if I can I'll be on cam just for a moment here quickly. Well, now you guys know what I look like. So basically, the point that I'm making with it as well is that as we have more organic foods that are available to us in an SHTF, and as we're going for more natural ways, there's a vast amount of improvement that can happen to a person's health. Of course, the common cold could take you out. I realize that too.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, life expectancy does go down to a degree. But I'll very much argue the fact that with all of these companies and industrial, for example, right here close to us, we've got a manganese operation where they're just pumping manganese consistently on the back of these, open bed trucks. And basically it spreads all the manganese over everywhere. And if you take a look in the last decade, all the rooftops, like there's a black soot that's like over everything. That's like darkened everything around us. There will be a major lack of that in an SHTF for longer term. You know what I mean? So there are certain things where we do argue and we do believe that like life expectancy will drop because of even like dental is a whole different topic. But the point that I'm making quickly to sum it up, I'll definitely say that we could potentially live a lot longer. I also think that it's amazing, Dr. Ninja Turtle, that you've decided to become a prepper. Like as of, I don't know how long you've been prepping, but the fact that you've actually taken to prepping more, absolutely salute and much respect for that. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, I wasn't. I was just going to come talk to you about that with the life expectancy. I fully are behind you there. Natural organic foods, if it's grown or if you can kill it, eat it, that's fine. That's safe. Everything that comes pre-packaged is probably killing us slowly anyway. I think it's more the side of the life expectancy in general is going to go down in an SHT, a Teotihuacan situation, not just like a basic SHTF situation, because of people's lack of knowledge, sanitation, diseases that we have regular treatments for now at doctors and stuff like that. You think of people that rely on medication on a if I develop diabetes in my 60s and there's no such thing, there's no one producing insulin, it's that's the kind of thing I was talking about. I agree with you on the eating and health front 100%.
I think as a mean average, life expectancy would certainly go down in an SHTF situation just because collectively more people in the short term would certainly fall foul of various problems associated with that. I think I don't want to put words in your mouth, Guardian, but I mean, things like diabetes, for example, that in the long term, in an SHTF situation, if we were to go to something of a reset, we probably wouldn't be worried about things like diabetes because it probably wouldn't exist to the extent that it does nowadays because, we wouldn't have heart disease and cancers and diabetes because we get all those things basically from our diets nowadays.
Hang on, unless you're one of those preppers that has got 20 years worth of freeze-dried crap, you are still going to die of diabetes, all right? Yeah. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's a good point. Be careful what you prep, guys. Don't prep too much sweet stuff, okay?
Yeah. I mean, life expectancy is actually quite an interesting thing because I take an interest in, wilderness survival is my area of interest. And a lot of the information that I get, a lot of the research I do into studying wilderness survival comes from what people did in the past. Now, that could just be in the past, say, sort of 100 years or so, but it also goes all the way back to deep past, sort of Stone Age, Iron Age, Mesolithic, that kind of stuff. And people like to say, well, back in the 17th century or whatever, the average lifespan of a person was only 35 years old, 40 years old. That's actually a bit of a misnomer because although, yes, that is true, the average lifespan of a person a couple of hundred years ago was 35, but that's a mean average. That's because there was high infant mortality. A lot of people died in childbirth and a lot of children died before the age of 1 year old. So as you take that as an average, it then lowers the overall lifespan to a figure of, say, 35. But the truth is, people, even in the Stone Age, people lived till they were 80 years old.
Yeah.
That was a very common thing. As long as you didn't get eaten by a tiger or something, if you were past the age of 30, you're probably going to live till you're in your 70s or 80s, even in the Stone Age. The life expectancy of people, as from a mortality point of view, hasn't really changed that much. What has increased, what's changed in the past couple of hundred years is people are far more likely now to not die in childbirth. So that has vastly extended the overall lifespan. And while we have got innovations for things like certain diseases, breaking my leg or antibiotics are now likely to save me, whereas back in the day, pre-antibiotics, something simple like a cut could become infected and I die. But On the other hand, what has also changed is we have a terrible food diet, we have high pollution, we have pharmaceuticals being pumped into our bodies that we don't actually need. And all of those things cause other comorbidities that weren't otherwise there. So we're dying of other things now. Inuit people and Aboriginal people across the world don't tend to die of heart disease. They don't tend to die of very many cancers. They don't tend to die of these Western phenomenons, which are brought on by our lifestyles. But that's counterbalanced by innovations in medical science like antibiotics and things like that. So it's a bit of a happy medium in that sense.
Once we get over that initial hurdle of the panicked masses, culling themselves with toilet antics and things like that, I think generally, I think generally, if people are in communities and prepared and self-sufficient and stuff like that, I think stress levels are going to be down. I think everyone's going to be a bit happier. We're not, glued to the idiot box 24/7. We're not waiting for them to half release a season of Stranger Things, so you're raging because you've only watched 4 bloody episodes and stuff like that. All these stresses of modern life will disappear. The stress will be how much wildlife is still out there. How's this crop going to yield this year? That's what the stresses will be.
I mean, a lot of the problems with modern society is we live in a sanitary lifestyle, a stationary lifestyle. I mean, just doing what we're doing right now, sitting here. I spend a lot of my time at work in a seated position. I do a little bit of physical stuff, but a lot of it is just sitting down. And then I come home and I sit down again. Or I go into these warm environments and I sit down and I stare at a screen. Whereas just 70, 80 years ago, people were far more proactive. They were exercising. They had to walk to work. They were working physically in a field. They were doing something manual, and there was a level of exercise going on there. There wasn't. If you take a look at videos of people on beaches back in the 50s and 60s, there's not a lot of obese people walking around. Take a look at any video of people on beaches nowadays, and it's spot the healthy looking person. Most people are morbidly obese and not particularly looking overly good, because we have these stationary lifestyles,
Do you have a garden? Do you have a garden by chance, World Survivalist?
I do, but it's not very big. I mean, it's okay size, but it's not large enough to be able to do it.
It's not the size, it's what you do with it, Alan.
Well, it's I would put it this way: the garden is not large enough to be able that I could grow any kind of sustainable seasonal crops that would feed me and my family with. I could grow some things there, but it wouldn't be enough. I would always be dependent on the supermarket.
Can I ask if the garden is the space of the room that you're sitting in right now, at least?
It's bigger than that. I mean, it's maybe, it's 10 times the size of this room. But it's I don't think
so much. So no, wait. Let me just for a second. The reason why I bring this up is because obviously there's an extremely high value in just calisthenics. So calisthenics is utilized by prisoners throughout the world, and it's utilized by the militaries wherever you are. Calisthenics, as you know already, Alan, is just for people watching, if they're not used to calisthenics, it's basically just using body weight consistently, and same as walking, exactly what Mark's doing there. That's calisthenics 101, dips.
Yep.
It's the best thing that you can possibly do. And calisthenics through gardening is a whole different world as well. So when I say that, your garden, even if you could give me the same space of area in a garden, the same size as your room, and I would be able to provide a sustainable amount of crops just from growing vertically. So that's the idea, looking at what can grow in your area and then growing up instead of growing across. Growing annuals and growing rows and rows of lettuce and cabbage and carrots is very 1990s in a lot of way. And I think that food forests and stuff like that, when it comes to your capability, looking at what can grow in your region. I know that some things you might need to grow in pots if it gets too snowy out there by you, Alan. But I think that for the most part, you'll be surprised what you can get away with. And then all of that exercise and workout that you're doing to establish your garden, I don't even need to work out if as long as I did about 2-3 hours of gardening that day. I promise you that there's so much value in just setting up your garden. And if you haven't got it a food forest already, what an amazing opportunity to turn what you have already into something that's sustainable for yourself and for your family, while getting closer to nature, while advancing your capability to be more self-reliant as well. So just my thoughts.
Yeah, it's definitely the case that there's a large gap in my knowledge with what I can do with a garden space. I mean, though my garden is sort of, like I say, it's probably more than 10 times the size of this room, but you'd have to factor in the fact that there's a huge trampoline and a garden shed and I get a car garage and a bunch of other random stuff out there. I've only lived here a few years as well, but I'm lucky enough that it's a fairly blank space, so I could potentially do something with that garden. It's a lot more seasonal here than I suspect it is in South Africa as well. But
2026 on the World Survivalist channel, guys. He's going to be doing his garden. Stay tuned.
Thrilling stuff. That'll be great content.
I actually will grab your ear at some point. I'll send you an email, Alan, and we can have an offline chat as well about gardening. I'm actually going to be doing that as part of a company that I'm doing, and I'll give it to you free of charge as well when it comes to knowledge transfer and that. But I'm actually going to start setting up, and I can tell people this on the panel. I don't care how many people have the same idea as well, like if you're passionate about it, but I'm going to start setting food forests up for people as a company. That's the company that I want to start with. And I'm actually going to start establishing that in different areas and trying to get more people encouraged. And I'll absolutely give you all the knowledge and information that I possibly have. We can even you can, without, with complete operation security, you can give me a picture of the area of land that you'd like to convert, and we can chat about it. We can converse. I'll make sure that you're passionate about it as well. I can hype you up so much about it that you'll definitely be intrigued by, just continuing on. So I love it, Alan. We'll chat. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's not lying. He got me doing push-ups till my shoulders nearly fell out. He's not lying.
Yeah, I mean that sounds great. I mean, I'd really like to get into that, and that's a fantastic idea. Actually, I mean, I can think of lots of amazing benefits if everybody did something like that. We would be a lot less dependent on things like the just-in-time food chain scenario that we're in the UK, for example. I mean, during the Second World War, allotments were all over the country. People used every little space for allotments and guerrilla gardening and growing their own food and produce and things like that. And we just don't do that nowadays in this country. And we wonder why we have food crisis. And yeah, I mean, I do have a garden that's, it's not a large garden, it's not a small garden, I suppose, but at the moment it's mostly a wasted garden because it is largely just stones on the ground and a trampoline and a place to park the car and a shed. I could be doing a lot more with that, and I will do a lot more with that. And, I'll absolutely take you up on that offer, Guardian. That sounds fantastic.
It's 90% of the world.
I think we should all be doing that kind of stuff.
It's 90% of the world, Alan. It's definitely not just you. It's like 90%. If I go for a walk in my local neighborhood, or if I go onto Google Earth and I go to any country in the world that's got Google Earth tracked out, and you go and look at all the gardens, look how much wasted space humanity is how many lawns are out there, just grass patches that is being unutilized that could absolutely turn into food. It's gold right there, right? Yeah. So for Dr. Ninja Turtle, what is SHTF? So I don't believe that there's ever a bad question, and I love it when people in the chat section actually ask the panel questions and speak about that. So it's it's shit hitting the fan, and basically it categorizes pretty much any sort of either short or long term, usually a medium to long term scenario where shit's just gone crazy, whether it be complete power grid outage, whether it be small scale war, uprising, civil unrest, even
a flood, anything. Yeah.
A sudden detrimental collapse or change. Detrimental change is how I like to think of it.
On top of that, you'll hear us mention Teotihuacan as well, which is the end of the world as we know it. Now, don't mistake that as us talking about the end of the world. It's the as we know it bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if there's a financial collapse, it doesn't mean the world's ended, but it's the end of the world as we know it. So that's the other acronym you might hear us say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to share something here in a second here, real quick here on what was said down, getting it set up here. If I can share it here. Move that over here. And I'm waiting for the stupid ad to end. Okay. All right, so present, share screen. Okay, so this is a video of my California property from 6 years ago. And if I move it, not playing, I want it to drag it. There we go. That is the front yard in California. The lawn is gone. There's in the front is some roses around in front on each side. My wife wanted this nice lawn, put it in. 2 years after she had it in, she goes, "Crap, I want to grow."
Right.
She
Who is the young man with the mustache?
That is the Homeland Security Emergency Management Coordinator.
All right, okay.
He retired in 2018.
All right.
And let's see. So he was moving along. So you got plants, but raised planter beds and everything else here on it. All just about everything there is edible. The strawberries and all the different plants she has in there. When she just turned over, getting ready to start more stuff there. Cactus. The cactus are edible. Little lemon. No, that's the apricot tree. And she's got zucchinis and cucumbers growing all over the place. But yeah, and in the backyard, there's no grass in the backyard either. The backyard is an orchard and more garden area. We have zero grass there. Here, every year, I'm eliminating more and more of the huge grass on this 1 acre lot and enlarging the garden and the orchard here every year. And so, yeah, he's talking about getting rid of the lawn and growing. That's what we're doing.
The best thing you can do, and it's also it creates like mini. So for the most part as well, you can create mini ecosystems in your area, like on your property, and that's what Gil's basically been doing there as well. And obviously, what that does is it starts really attracting all the beneficial insects as well and pollinators, and you'll be surprised how things just start balancing out. But there's I really. When I start talking about this topic, the reason why I'm getting into it as a profession as well is because as soon as I start talking about it, I can just end up rambling. So I won't do that here, but I will say much respect to that, Gil. It's a very smart way of looking at things, and it's the most practical way that you can possibly take care of yourselves and your families.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the next question is, what happens to your children, pets, special items when you're gone?
Good question.
Well,
yeah, it is.
The passing down, if it's SHTF, I think a garden like Guardian's on about, that's the best thing to pass down, because you're passing down a food source, whether it's peacetime to save the money or whether it's SHTF to keep them alive. What happens to them is depending on how much you do to prepare them now.
Yeah.
Is my biggest
giving them the knowledge now. But my youngest is he's 26. He has a full-time job. The next one older, he's 29, has a full-time job. My daughter, who's even older, has 4 grandsons. Those are the ones I need to worry about. But they have chickens and they have gardens and they have an orchard over there across the street as well. So, but for those like Guardian, who has a new one on the way, that's where the planning comes in on setting up insurance policies, trust funds. One of the things we did with our kids was we set them up with their own bank account, and we paid them to work around the property. It wasn't an allowance. They had to work to do it. And we paid them up into the taxable limit for the year. So everything they got was tax-free.
That's awesome.
And then there's also here in the United States, there's the gift tax. You can give a certain amount to family members. That's tax-free. And you get to deduct it. So if I could give my son $2,000, he doesn't have to pay tax on it because it's in the allotted amount for gifts. But I get it deducted as, helping a family member. My wife's the accountant. She does all the paperwork. But yeah, so for older kids, you should have been starting earlier, passing knowledge on to them, help molding their interest and their direction. And for younger ones, start now. Start, making prepping fun for them.
Yeah, attempt to, because children will go their own way, whether you want them to or not. So hopefully you can just guide them as best you can.
Yeah, I think by incorporating it just as a part of something you do together, as opposed to here's a lesson that I'm going to take you out and do. My son will be 9 years old next week, and when I take him camping, it's a very relaxed atmosphere. We go into the woods and we'll do survival type skills. But I very purposely don't take him out and say, look, you're not going to get to play your PlayStation today because we're going out and we're going to learn how to build a fire. Because by doing that, I'm giving him the impression it's a task. It's something he has to do. And I'm going out there and I'm educating him, all this kind of nonsense. And eventually he'll resent that and he'll want to do it less and less. So at the moment, the way I've got it is, I'm going to go and do this thing. Do you want to come along? And he's all enthusiastic, and of course he wants to come along and be part of it. And we just do things there, and I show him how to do something, he'll do it, and I'm educating him, but he doesn't really realize it. He just thinks he's part of it. He's just in it. He's just doing it. It's just a thing that we do every now and again, and hopefully eventually he'll get to a point where he's a little bit older and he realizes I suddenly have these skills, because I've been doing them for so long and I never even really knew I had them. And then you can focus your attention to the more specific skill sets, if that's what they're interested in doing, because of course, kids will do their own thing. If I grew up in a sort of very rural-y type backdrop, I come from a sort of fishing and hunting type, in the Scottish Highlands and all that kind of stuff. But I never ever seen that as something I was being forced to learn to do. For me, it was just a part of a lifestyle. It was just a lifestyle of going out and doing these things. And I accrued the knowledge as I went along. And it just suddenly became part of who I was, by accident almost, And that is the best way of doing it. I mean, survivalism for me is always about installing not just a skill set, but just an absolute mindset, a mindset of survival, a mindset of being able to go from one day to the next, no matter what, adversaries in your way. You don't need to have stuff. There's less of a dependence on stuff. It's about, this is where I'm at. This is what I need. How do I get to that point? Next, use this kind of mindset. It's the survivability mindset, as opposed to the how much stuff can I hoard and use, because ultimately that in itself becomes a bit of a problem. That becomes that's something that's weighing you down. The stuff that you own ends up owning you and all that kind of stuff. Stuff is great though. It's good to have stuff and learn how to use it, because why wouldn't you?
But it's not the priority when
it's not the priority, and it should never be the beginning. The beginning should always be you have nothing. This is what you do with nothing. You know?
On that front, my childhood kind of pushed me into a resilience mindset automatically, because I did regular camping holidays with family, but we were part of the American Civil War Society. So we were camping from like the age of 10, 11, 12, 13. I was camping 1860s style, under canvas, with grass, straw bed, if you were lucky. And it built up like kind of a resilience, because I know people like the long-standing joke on my channel is leaky tents and stuff like that. But it's why I could sleep under any just piece of tarp, and why I'm resilient like that, and I can set a fire in most weather conditions. And I didn't realize nobody ever sat me down and said, this is the skill you're going to learn.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things that was like, if you want breakfast in the morning, you have to start a fire, weather be damned.
Yeah.
What you talked about doing those, camping with the kids and the reenactments and stuff. My dad was a real American cowboy. He was top 10 rodeo for 10 years for all around cowboy.
Nice.
We learned to sleep out on a wool blanket and a saddle.
That's the way to do it.
I mean, it would be, we went out to Death Valley. Death Valley's hot in the daytime. It's freezing at night. And we, all right, put the horses over here, saddles up, come your pillow, We'll blanket out there, and you sleep on the ground.
It's the way to do it. It's the way to do it. Me and Alan are going out next week, and we're going to be on uninhabited miniature island and abandoned castle in the middle of December in Scotland camping. So, it's what you do.
Watch out for the ghosts.
It's a genuinely haunted castle, apparently, so it should be. It even has a real dungeon. Not a very big one, but there's a dungeon there. It'll be we're
gonna see if Brian, the Scottish prepper, fits down it. We'll let you know.
But I mean, even something like that, for me, I'm taking that as an opportunity to it's a dry run as a bug out for me taking pretty much most of my equipment with me to a place to meet up with like-minded people to kind of see how that would go. To me, it's like a dry run of doing that. It'll be a bit of a laugh and make some content along the way, but it has a utility as well. And it's good to get your family to do those kind of things on regular camping trips. I like to have family camping trips a couple of times a year, not just in the summertime, because things can happen in the wintertime as well as the summertime. So those are the kind of incorporating things into your lifestyle way that I like to approach things. And a little bit as well, getting back to the original question, something that we've not really covered. I mean, it's all well and good to say if something happens to me personally, it then simply falls down to my partner or whatever. But should something happen to you and your partner, something that people in the past did spend a lot more time talking about was the idea of a guardian or a godparent. So that could be something like, if I'm in a car and it runs off the road and both me and my partner die, we've got kids and pets. Who takes them on? I would like to think that we had thought beforehand that we have, a sister or something that has a family where the kids and the pets would integrate into their family. They're like a god family or whatever. Usually this kind of falls to grandparents and stuff, but as time gets on, sometimes the grandparents, they're too old for that. So you start looking towards siblings and their families. It's a complex. I mean, to be honest, it isn't something I've massively thought through myself, to be honest. Only in a very rudimentary sort of way. But it's something worth giving thought to. And what happens to if both of you, get eaten by the zombies? What happens to your kids and your pets then?
So that actually leads to a really important point too. So I'll address two things real quick. So your succession plan and making sure that the people that are around you in your close, community circle or social circle, that they have the capability to also, have the same skill sets as you. So training them like gradually and just giving them examples of what you're doing. Where World Survivalist was busy saying that, to give the opportunity for his son to join in on an adventure rather is much more intriguing than to say, hey, you must come with me. And, and if he doesn't want to come with this time, then you say, that's fine. Then next time you invite him again and, it ends up that he's like, wow, this was so much fun. Like, I don't know why I stayed at home. I actually regret staying at home because of the, and just allowing it to be like a natural fun outing as well. And doing like a medium level that's not too intensive either for the young ones. I think that's important. Just having that capability is really good. And I don't know, it's something where if you do have the capability to share your skill sets around the people that are close to you, and at least have them be able to understand what preps you really have, even if it's like something like a Sawyer mini water filter, explaining how that works and like why to use it and why to keep a filter clean as well. There's a lot of filters out there that need cleaning. So just the basics and understanding how to use things like that, and just a lot of like simple bushcrafting, a lot of capability when it comes to like some of your simple knots, and passing that knowledge on around you within the group is obviously something that's so important.
Yeah, and the fourth question is really important actually. What documents do you need right now?
To be honest, that's not my documents thingy. I've got the Survivor drive, which is the thick one that I've shown quite a few times. But yeah, I back up all my documents and stuff like that. And of course, I'm on the system with the passports and what have you. So it's life insurance policies and stuff. I'm a bit like what Alan said, where everything for me is digital, and it's just you need to know the company name and a policy number, and that's it. So I don't really print off reams of documents and stuff like that.
Yeah. One of the things that, life insurance, homeowners insurance, car insurance, health insurance.
Deeds.
Then you start, going to the retirement plans and stuff like that. But one of the things I got it up on the computer. I am not going to share this one. Passwords for sensitive security information. What for? Chase Banking, checking, savings. Bank of the West, checking, savings. Les Schwab retirement account.
We don't mind you sharing the screen if it's easier.
Yeah.
Office
of Personnel Employment for federal government. DHS HR services. Thrift savings plan. Then I got Rocky Mountain Power in here. I got Intermountain Gas, Pacific Gas and Electric, State Farm Auto, State Farm House for this house, State Farm House for that house, State Farm House Insurance for the house in California, car insurance for all those. I got all the account numbers. I got logons to go on, the logon username and the password on this document, which is password protected. And yeah, with a 32 character password. Eat that, Microsoft. And you just go all different ones. And then I have all the password accounts for my YouTube, my Facebook, all those too are all in there. So that if something happens to me or my wife, my board or daughter can go in and they go, oh, we're just going to continue it on and keep it going. So, everything that needs a password and is recorded on this document. Everything that is non-digital is on here as well. So I can walk into the bank and say, all right, this is what's going on. Blah, blah, blah. Here's the information. Here's my power of attorney. I got all the forms and stuff saved on that thumb drive, and all the information there, and the kids know how to get to it.
It's a great idea, and I know that some people will be sweating thinking about it because of the risk factor of everything being in one place. Now, if people that don't want to do it themselves, you can't. Services do this for you. Companies like LastPass and stuff like that will store all your passwords, meaning you don't have to have, I use the same password for everything kind of attitude. It can be encrypted on every single one, and then there's companies that have software that saves that for you. So if you don't want to do the admin yourself, there is companies out there that do it for you.
Yeah, I mean, you could have more than one thumb drive. I mean, I've got a few backup drives, so I literally have a few backup drives. They're just titled backup drive 1, backup drive 2. Yeah, but they're just the same. It's just the same information on. All I do is copy them across. I think as well, I mean, a good little thing to do is when you're opening something like a new insurance policy, I review all my insurances every year. It always gives you this option now where it says, to save paper, do you want us just to email you these documents? And you have to uncheck a box. I always uncheck that box. So I get the email, plus they send me a package, a bunch of letters. And I've got a little filing cabinet in this office. I just put that stuff in there as well, so you've got two things then.
You just made someone from Greenpeace cry, Alan. You just made somebody from Greenpeace cry. Save the trees, man. Save the trees.
Greenpeace are not interested in trees anymore. They're just interested in rainbow flags. So I'm not... they have other priorities.
First thing is insurance for you, insurance for your spouse, insurance for each of your kids. Life insurance, medical insurance, and everything else.
Pet insurance. How many people I've seen stung with ridiculous vets bills? Please, please, please. You love them, insure them. It's not expensive.
Yeah.
So just you get the insurance and you take care of it.
I think, I mean, a few critical documents, I mean, other than the insurance stuff, which, you know, insurance companies, you know, they're a pain. They're important, but I mean, ultimately, you're just giving money to a company to, you know, hope that they don't renege on their end of the bargain, which unfortunately a lot of them do, and they'll try and find loopholes to screw you out of something.
None are paying out in Teotihuacan. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other. This is kind of what I was getting to. In an absolute SHTF type situation, you know, it doesn't matter what insurance you've got for your house if the whole country's on fire and the insurance company's collapsing and things like that. You know, I think the deeds to your house are an important document to have, regardless of what's going on. Even if you live in somewhere like, let's say you live in East Ukraine right now, okay, and your country has been occupied, and you might have to bug out of that part of your country. I would still be taking the deeds to the house and the land that I previously had, because maybe way down the line in the future, maybe even your great grandchildren might be able to go to court one day with that document, that paperwork, and say, you know what, that was my land that you stole from us way back in the day, and they may have a claim to it.
Is that like them people that claimed that forest near you, Alan? Is that like a future scenario like them?
Could be, you know, some ancestor at some point walked past it, you know.
On insurance, guys, can I just say, prepping is insurance, all right? Prepping in general is insurance. Don't get house insurance and then don't bother buying fire extinguishers. You know, don't bother buying, if you live next to a river, don't bother buying sandbags. That's your insurance. That insurance will last SHTF, and it's what you need as a priority, yeah? Protect your house, protect your belongings, protect your security before having to claim for insurance. Don't think insurance just, you know, my car's insured, it's fine, somebody can steal it. It's not the case. You want to protect that. You want to watch that. You want to keep hold of your things, all right? So prepping is insurance. So make sure if you've got house insurance, you've also got fire blankets, fire extinguishers, etc., 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 to protect your house in the first place.
You don't want to have to deal with moving, you know, going through the burnt rubble and trying to find, you know, heirlooms and stuff and everything, and then go live in a motel while the insurance company drags their feet to rebuild the house.
Yeah,
exactly. Avoid the situation. It's the same with anything we say. Avoid the situation initially, right? You know, let's not burn down. Let's not, you know, if you're in front of a lava flow in Iceland, you're gonna have to get out and it's gonna burn down. There's not much you can insure with it, you know. Yeah. But if you're not in that extreme scenario, take just standard precautions. Please don't leave anything from Temu plugged in overnight. It's very simple.
I think, I mean,
or leave it plugged in when it's not in use, even.
I think a passport is an undervalued document for a lot of people as well. If you have the good fortune to hold a passport, you know, I'm talking about people generally in the world, to hold a passport that gets you most places in the world, you know, a Swedish passport, European, British, American passport, probably South African. I'm not entirely sure how good that passport is. I imagine it's pretty good. You should absolutely get one, even if you don't travel a lot, because there could be a situation in the future that you don't foresee happening, but could happen one day in the future, where you have to bug out of your whole country. And the easiest way of doing that will be to preempt it by seeing what's going on and having the means to do that with a passport and a flight. And you would be amazed at how many people in the world have ended up trapped in horrendously hostile situations in their own country simply because they didn't have something as simple as a passport or travel papers to simply move to the next one. People have been trapped in conflict zones purely because of that, or because a government has failed suddenly and there's mass chaos. And just having the means to say, well, you know what, until this blows over, I'm going to go to Canada with my auntie for a couple of months and see what happens. You know, that could save your life and your entire family's life.
Definitely.
You know where you go in terms of like geographically, like definitely know which countries that are close to you that would be more hospitable. Like over here in South Africa, we border with Namibia, and Namibia, even though it's a desert, is definitely extremely isolated in terms of how many people are up there. So if we really needed to, we'd be able to travel like very far west and then just go up along the coastline, and eventually you get to Namibia, where you start experiencing like, you know, those open deserts. And even though it is extremely harsh and difficult, the alternative would be much worse if there was real, you know, social struggle and civil war type scenario, like in our country. But that's something that, you know, doesn't even really get brought up for the most part in any way. We've actually, and I've mentioned it before, we're definitely healing in a lot of ways. I know that some countries are actually experiencing like the opposite of what we're experiencing here. Like, it's just, yeah, it's good to see that South Africa is healing in certain ways, and we realistically are at the bottom. Like, we're like, if you look at where South Africa is, we're like right at the bottom of South Africa, of the African continent. So like, there's not that many places other than the ocean, like, that we could go to, right, outside of Namibia. So you're right. Knowing what your next step is, being able to have the passport to be able to fly out if you needed to in the case of emergency. It's smart to think that way, Alan. You've also got in Scotland, you're not too far off from some of the other European countries that could definitely be, you know, perhaps more stable in terms of, you know, turmoil.
Yeah, I mean, it's the UK. I mean, the prospect of having to bug out of the UK
is appealing right now. Is very appealing right now.
I think Trump actually said that there could be economic sort of migrants, you know, from the UK. Not economic, sort of what did they term it as? Political asylum or something.
Yeah.
to get away from all the hostile anti-free speech.
Good to
Take
see
me,
you.
take me. Hi, Mark.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, there are certainly Eastern European countries right now that are under great threat from the likes of places like Russia. And if I was living in one of these countries, you know, if I was in the border areas of Poland or Slovakia or the Baltic countries and things like that, I don't think it would be too unrealistic to think, you know what, there could be a point in the next 5 years where I have to get the hell out of here, and I have to do it quickly. And that could just be jumping on a flight to a neighbouring European country. Now, you have European travel, so it's very easy to do, but you can't always do it without a passport, especially if it involves a flight. So even if you travel internally within Europe, you don't always need a passport, but you need some form of ID, you know, in order to do it. And a passport is the best thing to have, especially if you want to do something like, you know, say you were in Poland and you wanted to very quickly get to the UK. The easiest way of doing that, of course, is to get on a flight, and you're going to need a passport to do that. And I think, I don't know if it's still the case, but I remember hearing only 10% of Americans have passports, you know, because it's such a large country, and a lot of Americans don't tend to feel the need to travel outside of it. I would say,
because you can travel to every climate. You can go south for the winter and stuff like that.
Well, you can go to every climate in California.
Yeah. Hey, you know, I totally get it, but I would say that for the cost of a passport as well, it's probably a good idea to have it anyway. And to be honest, if I was American, I'd be thinking those sneaky Canadians are up to something. So at some point, you might have to bug out of America, you know.
Well, because Canadians are going to invade and be very polite to everyone.
I don't think I'm bugging out to South America anytime soon.
Those Canadians are working something up. I can just tell.
Yeah, they're gonna invade and bring all their beer with them and try to get everybody drunk. But then they're gonna run into the hillbillies and rednecks and realize, oh, we're amateurs.
Yeah. Listen, you guys don't do beer over there. It's just shandy. It's like watered down shandy. Come over here. We'll show you how to drink.
We do moonshine. We're talking 190 proof.
I tell you what, as well, though. I mean, we're talking about sort of the Northern Hemisphere mostly here. We're talking about Europe and North America. But if I genuinely believed that thermonuclear war was imminent, I would be wanting to bug out to where Guardian is, because that's one of the few places on Earth that's likely to be untouched. Well, it's not going to be targeted.
It's not anybody's target.
South Africa is not going to be targeted by anybody in a nuclear war, and places like Australia and New Zealand are also safe havens. Usually, anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere actually is relatively safer than the Northern Hemisphere. I mean, Europe would be devastated, North America would be devastated. So it would be a good idea to bug out to somewhere like that. And the only way to do that is with a passport.
I'm calling it now. Post-apocalyptic party at Guardian's house. I'm calling it now.
There's actually, the market's funny, right? There's actually it's, you know, in all the movies, you know, there's a movie, I think it's 2012, the movie where the world's ending and stuff like that. And they actually mentioned there the Drakensberg Mountains in South Africa. So like to South Africans watching that movie, like, and it's like, oh, that's funny. Like it's, you know, that's down the road. Basically when the whole world kind of gets flooded in that way. But I don't know, you know, whether people like, I think that the world won't be flooded. I think that it'll go up in fire. It says so in certain doctrines, which whatever you want to believe. I don't think that we'll experience a flood in that same way again. And just realistically, it comes down to this. I'm going to hop off here quickly, but before I do hop off, I will say that you're right about South Africa and Australia being areas that are a lot more safer in terms of that. However, we don't even have any operational Navy vessels as it stands right now for our Navy, like in South Africa. Like we have none, you can like look it up as well. You'll be quite surprised that we have like zero because like, and there's a lot of other major flaws in our capability to defend ourselves. So at first it would be very smart, but however, any surviving country that was looking for resources that would still be available and had any operational ability to be able to survey certain areas would basically come down to us not really having much of like a defensive capability in our country. So we could easily get invaded and taken over by almost any country. And I'm raising that point because it needs to be raised in this instance. But if you look at like a lot of the time, if there were to be some sort of a nuclear warfare that occurred, South Africa is so not a target that it's not even funny. I saw the way Gil laughed there, and he was like, "Oh, South Africa, like who's actually going to target that? Like because militaristically and economically, we have no like we really. I mean, you're wasting your missiles like." Realistically, right? So it's like it's really, and not only that, but it's just if you look at the country and take a bit of time, you know, over the weekend, maybe if you'd like to, and actually go to South Africa and look how like spread out the areas are and how much just absolute untouched wilderness and survival like territory there is. There is so much land that's just literally vacant that the government owns or that's privately owned as well. That's a whole different topic in South Africa. Like land is actually a big thing here. But anyway, what I will say is thanks for the stream as always. I hope to catch up with you soon, Mark. And Alan, we will chat about the permaculture and food forests and stuff as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Preview a free course. And also, Chef, I wish that you would have joined earlier because we would have had a bit of a chat as well. Good to see you. And thanks as always, Shadow. I'll catch up with everybody soon. Bye for now.
Hey, GP, real quick. It just occurred to me. Oh, he's left. Damn it.
No, I'm still here, sir. What's up?
I swear, it took me about 6 months to realize this. In that low lighting, you look like Vin Diesel.
I'll get there someday. I think I'm going to be training. It's my birthday on the 31st, and I'm really going to start picking it up again. I haven't been able to train because, obviously, family situation, and I just want to be able to protect my wife should anything happen and that type of thing. So, obviously, yeah. Because of a whole long situation. I appreciate what you're saying, Chef, and I will try and get there again. I did feel like that at the end of 2023, but it's a long time since then. Mark, I'm so proud of the fact that what you've done and accomplished recently, and I know that with the workouts and with the strength training and everything that you're doing, you're absolutely going to shine through, bro. Just know that in the back of your head, I'm super rooting for everything that you're doing, and I'm really, really proud of the movements that you're making, brother. Keep well. Cheers for now.
Cheers. Good luck with the baby.
I need it. Thanks. Cheers. Bye.
Take care, Guardian.
Yeah, his big surprise is going to come when that baby hits
3.
About 4 weeks, and the poop changes from the tar to the really stinky, nasty stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's not talk about poop. I got too many kids to even think.
Yeah, good to see you.
I got 3 there gone. And I only, to go back to the passport, I only ever, I want to think twice in my life I had a passport. Once is when my father took us over to Germany and Shoot, can't remember the other country. It's the one next to Spain there. That's on the edge of the ocean there. Anyway, Portugal. Went to Spain, went to Germany in, I want to say 79, and then Portugal in 82. And then after that, it was just Hawaii. And then I got another one to go to on my honeymoon to Jamaica. That was it. I have no desire to go anywhere outside this country. Canada, I can go up there with my driver's license if I have to, but I have no need to go up there. My sister goes up to Newfoundland like every year. So she got a passport. It was just easier. So, but I have no plans to go up there. The furthest I'm going to go is Gil's house. That's about it.
Yeah, it's me neither. You know, I work for Homeland Security. I don't have a passport, and they go, "Oh, you need to get one." I go, "Why? I'm not leaving this country."
Yeah.
Well, what do we need to send you over with a team over there? You ain't sending me over there unless you're sending me on an aircraft carrier. Because I do not fly either. I don't fly.
I don't like to fly anymore either.
But
So
the only country I went to, I went down to across the border into Tijuana, Mexico. Was down there for 3 hours. Told the wife, "We're getting the heck out of here."
I literally only had to renew my passport because it costs £90 to renew your passport or thereabouts. And I've only just had to do it because I can't rejoin the military without my passport, which is madness in itself, you know.
Yeah, like all the British soldiers and the American soldiers on D-Day had passports when we went into France.
Why?
Sure they would.
Oh yeah.
Just papers, please, just in case.
Was customs
Here's my
before or after
papers.
the beach? Was customs before or after the beach? That's my question.
It was before. It was way out in the middle of the channel down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you live in a country as large as the United States, then and you plan on never leaving that continent, then yeah, you could probably get away with not having a passport. I mean, the UK hasn't been invaded in 1,000 years, so it's not, you know, the prospect of that happening is not that likely, to be honest. But I like the idea of me being able to get the hell off this island if I really need to. And the easiest way for me to do that is to get on a plane, you know.
I would like to see, Alan, the metric on passport applications and renewals since this government got in. I'd love to know that metric because I am guessing there's a spike.
Oh yeah, I think there absolutely will be a spike. You know, I mean, there was a spike after Brexit. There was a lot of dual Irish passports taking place because people wanted to have the European access that they had pre-Brexit, for example. So a lot of people applied for Irish passports if they had the the means to do that. They had a relative in Ireland, for example.
Yeah, my wife and I have talked about getting passports for one reason only. She's Clan Campbell from Scotland. I'm Clan Patton from County Cork, Ireland.
Isn't it Clan Campbell that own this castle, Alan?
Technically, yeah, I was just about to say, I mean, historically, it goes back to the Clan Campbell as part of their territory. It actually is owned by...
Tell her we're staying in her castles next week.
Yeah, I mean, the head of that clan, I think it's the Duke of Argyll or something, if I'm not mistaken. So the Duke of Argyll actually owns... I don't want to give too much away in case he's watching anything, so you're not going to my island. You know, but...
Yeah, I think Alan and I are related because we're both part of the Cameron clan. I think you mentioned that, right? Alan?
Yeah, that's true. I come from a sort of the Cameron end of it. So at some point, you know, everybody's related to everybody at some stage.
Yeah.
You know, if you go
We're royal Stuarts.
But yeah, I mean, technically, the Campbells do own that island that we're going to, and that's owned technically by that one guy who, but actually lives most of his life in London anyway. So to hell with him.
I like that you think in somewhere in a tiny little mind that he might watch this channel.
You never know. You never know.
The
Duke of Argyll, mate. He's sitting there with his feet up in his dressing gown right now. He's like, somebody just said my name on Shadow's podcast.
Yeah.
Well,
this is where
now
somebody is going to leave now and change the name in the
Gil's
chat.
questions he put to me in the email to me. What happens when you are gone is the first questions.
Are we talking philosophically or are we talking
no longer around. And that's basically what the whole thing is
What
about.
happens when you die? This is a very deep question for us.
Yeah, 6 feet deep.
Lots of things happen. You're just not part of it.
Yeah. But that's the whole premise behind this one was like, are you preparing for your family to carry on without you?
Ooh, excuse me. Yes, as I reached 35 onwards, I suddenly realized I'm not invincible. Slowed down.
It took you that long?
Yeah, slowed down on the motorbike when I was driving, and obviously went down the will route and stuff like that. But it's something we never want to think about. It's something we don't not many people want to confront their own mortality. But having something in place is a prep everyone should do, whether you're a prepper or not.
I think having children, I mean, that's what changed it for me, and that probably changes it for most people. I never had life insurance, for example, until I had a son, because, I mean, I literally didn't see the point of it. So my house wasn't worth that much, and I didn't have a lot of stuff, so I couldn't care less what happened to it when I died, because I'd be dead. And I thought, I'm not paying £40 a month for life insurance to give it to who? You know, my sister, who would probably just, I don't know, waste it on parties or something. But obviously the second you have children, you start thinking, now I need to do something to safeguard that, you know. It's, you know, and so all of my insurances are effectively just for that purpose. I'm sure my partner would get along fine without me. She'd probably welcome it, you know, and she would, you know, she's of an age where she could sort of start again anyway and sort of do her own thing. But I would still want to have something in place for, you know, any accrued wealth. I don't really have much. You know, I have a house, but it's mortgaged, so most of my life insurance would simply go to paying that off, and that would at least remove the burden of a mortgage, you know, and that would give a head start to my son, hopefully.
Massive head start, yeah.
Because he would be able to at least inherit this house when he got to sort of 40 years old when his mother died. We were the same, you know, we're the same age, so if she died at 80. My son would be roughly, you know, pushing 40 odd, 50, and he would inherit a house and he would have his own family by then. And that was my thinking, you know, that's the way I go about it. Ultimately, I mean, unless you're a very, very wealthy person, you don't need to put too much thought into your legacy, your inheritance as well. Because, I mean, generally, I mean, what are you passing on? Usually it's a house and, you know, maybe half the value.
I'm sorry, Alan. Shadow can probably relate because I had to deal with both. Well, my father passed and my mother was still alive, so she dealt with it, and that was rough. And then my mother passed, and it was up to me and my sister. Fortunately, we get along very well, and it was ugly because she had so many things in so many places hidden everywhere. She literally had to hire a lawyer to go searching for stuff, and we found stuff that we had no idea. I mean, policies, things, old 401k stuff that never amounted to much, but over 50 years from my father had it amounted to something.
Yeah, we got a lifetime's worth of toilet roll as well. Yeah.
No, that was from my mother-in-law. My wife had to deal with that. That was actually easy. She had all her shit lined up in a box. Literally, everything was right there. She's like, my wife's like, yeah, grab the box in the closet. It's the purple one with the key on top. I'm like, oh, the key's on top. That's great. So brought it home. She opened it up. Everything was right there. So that just took time. But my mother was another story because she was we'll call her an organized hoarder. You couldn't tell by that house. It was 2,400 square feet on one floor, plus a full basement of the same size. And everything was neat and organized until you started going through stuff and realizing she kept things from the day she got married. Everything. And we had to go through all of it to make sure there was no, because she would hide shit in there. We found coins and stuff buried in boxes from like 30 years ago that hadn't been opened since we moved from Jersey to Maine back in the 70s. And so we knew we had to go through, and we did. So I don't want to do that to my kids, you know, where they're going to spend, you know, a year or more and spend a ton of money and time looking at shit going, why the hell did he keep this? Why did mom keep this? Why do you have all this garbage? You know, all that stuff. So
that's what all our kids are going to think.
Yeah, exactly. Well, when it comes to the freeze-dried food, they're going to be fighting over that, but that's another story. We've got enough food for 10 years here. Who gets what? It's like, I want the apples. Oh, I want the chili. Okay, great. You guys fight over it. I don't care.
We did actually talk about earlier about the importance of consolidating things like important documents and stuff, so you don't have to get a lawyer to go chase things down and waste money that way. So we actually covered that earlier on. That is definitely important, because I know when I was with my grandparents when they passed away, it was a bit of a nightmare trying to find out where they previously worked and various insurance policies and various pensions and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Mine. Well, I said earlier that my mom was born in 1922, so she was 8 years old. Actually, she was 7.5 years old when the collapse, the Great Depression started. So she was basically a child of the Depression as well. When she passed away, we found boxes with owner's manuals for the Oster blender she got in 1940. We found receipts for stoves, that she bought in the early 50s that she no longer owned. We found receipts for just about everything she ever bought. We found receipts for her charge account at Montgomery Ward's, which went out of business 15 years before she died.
Oh, Lord.
You never know when you might need it. That's the thing. You never know.
Yeah, we found my mom kept her very first Sears bill, Sears and Roebuck, we don't even remember what it was for, but back in 1952, whatever it was cost like $300, and she had the canceled check stapled to it. So she could prove
that was for the
she paid
cabin.
the bill. Yeah,
That
was probably
$300 for that Sears and Roebuck build-it-yourself cabin that you still haven't found.
Wish, yeah, exactly. No, I wish.
So, next question. This is one of your questions, Gil. Is your family planned for? Well, I have been thinking about it myself, but I need a good plan for it.
Like I say, I started on the having a book theory of like, this is everything in case of this, turn to page 27, blah, 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 and all of that. And I found, I just figured that was a single point of failure, just being that one book. So I've just started putting instructions and stuff in all different preps, and that's how they're planned for in that way. Like, if I'm not here, in the SHTF version of this, obviously.
Well, personally, we started teaching our kids before they could walk. We started taking our kids, when my daughter was born, she was born in 92, summer of 93, she was in a backpack that we took to go camping. So, my wife had her in the backpack. My backpack had all my wife's and my stuff in it, all 112 pounds of it. And we went camping with my brother and his wife and some of their kids. And so my kids started learning everything from before they could talk. They were learning camping and fishing and everything. And then when they got older and could understand money, they would explain money to them. We explained, all right, you want money? Do your chores. We trained them. We gave them, self-worth and, of how we treated them and stuff. They knew that they were worth something. And so they, if something would have happened to us, they know the plan. They know where the documents are at, and they know what the passwords are, and so they know what to do. Because they had to watch us do it when my mom passed in 2008.
That's it. I think it's you can prepare them with the camping side of things and stuff like that. I think the thing you can't prepare them for is like when I was a kid, I learned all this stuff, but I didn't know I knew it until I needed it. You can't prepare them for that, having to put two and two together and implement it rather than just panic when something goes wrong.
On skills and stuff, you talked about knowing skills. As soon as at the time, here in the United States, Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts was boys only. And so when Alex turned 8, he was in the Cub Scouts. And 2 years later, Matthew was in the Cub Scouts. And we know how to camp already. We know how to build a fire and stuff. And they at that point they knew they had skills that the other boys didn't have. And Alex, he had everything but his Eagle project. By the time he was 16, he goes, and of course he has Asperger's, so he has a social anxiety with people he doesn't know. And he goes, no, I ain't doing it. I ain't going to deal with all these weird people. Matthew, on the other hand, by the time he hit 16, he had his Eagle Scout rank. He had earned the Denali Award from the Venture Scouts, not Venture Scouts, the Varsity Scouts, and he had the Silver Award from Venture Scouts. And so he knew he has all sorts of skills. And we made them work on all sorts of stuff around the house, repairing electrical switches, doing plumbing, woodworking, and all that sort of things. You know, we spent time making sure they know how to do everything. And of course, the wife and I, when they were 11 years old and they were in Boy Scouts, where they go to scout camp and shoot rifles, the summer before they went to scout camp, we took them to the range and taught them how to shoot rifles. So when they got to scout camp, they already knew it all, and they had even more fun because they knew it all.
Yeah, I think the great thing about those kind of organizations, my son is also in the Cubs just now. He was in the Beavers beforehand, and then once you get to 8, you join the Cubs. And I don't know what age it is that you become a scout after that, but the good thing about those kind of organizations as well is they introduce a different approach to doing something, so it gives a little bit of diversity to the camping skills as well. So they're not necessarily teaching him how to pitch a tent the way I would do it. You know, whether I think it's a better way than the way I do it than it is the way they do it. I still like the idea that he's getting to see both ways of doing it, and maybe he'll come up with his own way of doing it that's better than both ways. You know, so it gives a little bit of perspective there on how to do certain tasks. Plus, they also instill a level of sort of discipline and participation for, you know, with kids his age and activities that I'm not going to, you know, spend much time sort of teaching them. They were doing something to do with cooking the other day, you know, where they're literally just baking cupcakes and things like that. But it has a practical application to it because it demonstrates that a cupcake isn't just something you buy from a store. It has ingredients, and by taking those ingredients and putting them together, you can make a product. And you know, so there's some educational benefit to that. It's interesting that you mentioned as well that the Scouts, you know, they used to be called the Boy Scouts, and now, you know, girls are also in the Scouts as well. I personally, I think that's a great shame because there aren't any organizations now that are just for boys.
They used to be separate because they had their own. They had brownies, right?
Yeah, they still
Girl
exist.
Guides.
Brownies.
Do you know the
Girl
brownies?
Scouts of America,
Yeah.
The brownies and the Girl Guides still exist. And if you go to their website and ask why are boys not allowed to join the Girl Guides or the brownies, it very specifically says because they believe that it's a good idea to have a single-sex space so they can do things that are based on, you know,
as long as it's their sex. And
as long as it's their sex.
Yeah.
But on the boy, apparently it should be mixed. And I cannot understand why that's the case.
Okay. For the Boy Scouts of America, it is segregated still.
Right.
And so you'll have a troop that is the troop will have within it can have patrols that are all girls or all boys. They can't have integrated boy and girl patrols. Some groups like our troop was sent through the VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Troop 1351. We split the troop. They were both logged as 1351, but there was the girls and there were the boys. For monthly meetings, they met together. But weekly meetings, they met in different parts of the building. Now, here in the U.S., back when Ventures was called Explorer Scouts, back in the 60s, it was all boys. I'm not sure when they became Venture Scouts, then it was boys and girls ages 14 through 21.
When I was an Explorer Scout in 82, 83, we had girls in there.
Yeah.
I wasn't born then.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm not sure when it became co-ed, but it was a different age group. It wasn't starting at 10 and a half years old. It was starting at 14, and it went to their 21st birthday, and that was co-ed. But by then, they're in a different mindset, and they, it was like high school or junior high. Everybody, okay, yeah, we're doing things together.
I love the Scout. Sorry, guys, I've got loads of input on this whole subject, but I'm going to have to jump out because I've got bags to pack for tomorrow and stuff like that. So, Shadow, I really appreciate you having me on the panel. Gil, Chef, Mark, Alan, really appreciate all of yous and everyone in the chat, but I really do have to jump.
Mike. It's always a pleasure.
All right. See you later, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah. I mean, I just kind of on the same notion as well. I mean, there's a couple of things I could say here. I mean, one along the lines of the succession plan of if you have boys, if you have sons, we live in a world now where it's a very anti-boy world, and it is important to install a level of understanding, discipline, and knowledge that is boy focused as opposed to mixed focused. If you have daughters, then they can have, and girl focused stuff. But boys are very let down by the Western system as at the moment. So I only have one child. I have one son, and it does concern me that he doesn't ever get to participate in something that's just boys only. Whereas when I grew up, I'm not that old. I mean, I'm 41 years old. I was in the Boys Brigade, the Army Cadets, and probably one or two other things, but they were just boys only. And there was great value from that. When I went to school, I mixed with girls and did things there. So it didn't, it's not like I didn't know what a girl was or what they were interested in. But it was nice to be able to be in a boy-only participated sort of group because there's a different dynamic, it's a different educational experience. And despite what a lot of people in the media might tell you, boys and girls are different. They think differently, they act differently, they are just different. And so they have to do things differently. They can't be mangled together all of the time. Yeah. So it's important to try and find activities and things for if you have girls or boys that are just individual to them, I think. On that vein as well, I mean, we're talking about succession and things like that as well, and passed on skills and knowledge. One of the most important skills that I think has to be passed on to our children now is the ability to read things like the media and be able to ascertain whether what they're being told is true or not. We live in a world now where the media is so heavily politically skewed in one direction or another that a lot of what they could be seeing and being told is genuinely detrimental to their well-being. And we have to teach our children to not ignore the information. I don't think children should be excluded from watching things like mainstream media. I don't want my children to never watch the BBC or CNN or one of these big news organizations, even though I know that they're politically skewed in a particular direction. But I want him to have the ability to watch that and say, okay, I'm hearing what they're saying, and there will be some truth to it, but they're also saying it for a particular reason. And the reasoning skills that I've learned and developed over a period of time allows me to take information from other places, ascertain what's likely to be true or what's beneficial to me, and go with that. A critical thinking skill, rather than I'll just take in exactly what the media or the internet or somebody is telling me to do. And that's a critical thinking skill that's probably lost on a lot of young people nowadays. When I was younger,
the one thing I taught all three of my daughters is when you hear this single phrase on any news outlet, and I don't care which one it is, if they say the words, "we all know that," don't believe it. I say, because what they're trying to tell you is, well, everybody else knows it, you don't, but you do now. So therefore, what we're telling you is the truth because everybody already knows it. I said, regardless of what the message is, if they start a phrase with we already know, or we all know that, something, blah, 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 I said, don't just believe it blindly. Dig into it. Period. And I think they all learned that way back when, because CNN was notorious for that during the Gulf War. And we found out other things on the side. And this is right when the internet was coming in, and my kids were just appalled. They're like, what they said, I'm like, exactly. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Just that's my little
Yeah, I mean, we're all aware of sort of propaganda and conflict times. You know, if you lived in Germany in the 1930s, every single piece of news that you were being fed was pure propaganda. If you live in Russia today, it's going to be Russian-centric news, Russian state-focused. If you live in the UK, when I listen to the BBC while I'm at work, it's Western-centric, liberal-focused BBC propaganda. Some of it's true, some of it isn't true. That's the beauty of propaganda. That it's mostly facts with a spin, and you know they're trying to steer a political agenda or something like that. And it's becoming more and more sneaky the way it's done nowadays, because there's such access to the internet and lots of different voices come from different places. And part of being a survivalist, you know, in my view, or a prepper, is about hedging your bets as to what you think is likely to come down the road. And it's hard to do that if the information you're getting is skewed in some way. So you have to learn, and it's a learned skill. It's not something that happens naturally. You have to genuinely learn how to see through the crap that you're being fed and pick the pieces out that you think are likely to be true or at least valuable, and ignore the rest. That's quite a difficult thing to do, you know. And if we can teach our children that in some way, subtly, evenly, then that's a good thing to do. My kid spends all of his time on YouTube and playing video games, but I watch some of the stuff that he watches and it's just crap. You know, it's usually just rubbish. You know, but he watches a video which is, to me, I can clearly see it's AI and it's trying to sell him something, but he thinks it's real. You know, and I'm saying no, it's not real. And I take the time to explain that no, and the internet nowadays is full of fake, you know, AI and product placement, and they'll try to sell you something or tell you something that isn't true or shock you in some way or get you angry. And you know, that's something I think we should all be thinking about when we're trying to pass on the values to our children who are likely to succeed us, or you know, in the future. Because we as preppers or survivalists, we know the stigma of being told that we're probably a little bit crazy or a little bit paranoid. And so if we spend our time passing these skills on to, say, our children, only for them to be told by the BBC that, you know, there's nothing to worry about, don't worry, the government will save you in a crisis. You don't have to prepare for things. Suddenly,
that's when we tell them, that's when you really need to get worried and start preparing.
Yeah. But I mean, suddenly you become the person that's least trusted, and your kids aren't paying much attention to you because they think you're a little bit off. These people are in authority, they're wearing a suit, they're on TV, they must know what they're talking about. And that, to me, is a critical misstep, because I could prepare my children with all the best preps in the world, all the best knowledge in the world, and then he could be scuppered one day simply because some guy in a suit on the BBC told them there was nothing to worry about, you don't have to prepare for this. Don't bother buying that food. Go and get that injection. Yeah. Don't bother leaving that country, you know?
That's one of the things I was always pointing out to my kids. They say, oh, this is not going to happen. And then I pull up history book. Well, let's see. It's happened here. 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 It does happen all the time. It repeats itself. So anybody tells you it's not going to happen, they're lying to you. They have an agenda. They want to enslave you. And I finally got it to all my kids, out, even going through the communistic California educational system. And by the time they finally graduated, they weren't believing half the stuff the teachers were teaching them, because they would go find the truth about it and they confront the teachers about it. Oh, you don't know what you're talking. Well, it's right here. Encyclopedia Britannica, page 47. You know, and but that's the thing you need to do, is you need to make sure your kids are taught to question and to look for the answers themselves and verify it. My boss, who at Homeland Security, who used to be a major in the United States Air Force Police Services, his favorite quote was, trust, but verify.
Yeah. And, you know, the Ukrainian news outlets were telling their people that Russia wasn't going to invade them right up about a week before they got invaded.
Yeah.
The Russians were literally massing on the border, and their state broadcaster was saying, "There's nothing to worry about here. They're not going to. It's not going to happen. We're in negotiations with them. The Russians are our friends, etc. They're our brothers. Blah blah blah." And yeah, they did. They got invaded. It's and there are countless periods in history where simply listening to what the state want you to hear has put people into great harm's way, because what they didn't want in Ukraine was a mass exodus from places like border regions, leaving that area. They wanted people to be there of fighting age, so when the Russians did invade, that they would be able to put up some sort of resistance. So they literally sacrificed a lot of those people for the greater good, because states do things based on what they believe to be the greater good, which isn't really the greater good. It's just the greater
profit.
I don't know, profit usually, but I mean, doing something on behalf of the state for the apparent greater good never works well for the individual.
Yeah.
And so you have to be able to see through the crap and see through the media bias and make your own decisions based on that. And that's a skill that I find difficult to learn. It's something I've taught myself over the past few years. That's why I've moved more from a survivalist mindset to being more interested in prepping. That's why I'm listening to you guys right now, because you guys have been on the ball with this for years. Whereas people like me who are interested in wilderness survival and stuff, I'm out there in the woods building fires and setting up camps thinking, this is all I need to know. No, I don't live in the woods. I don't live in that kind of world. This is the world I live in, so I need to be aware of this. And this is why we're seeing an increase in the prepper community as well, because people are becoming more switched on to the realities of why institutions around us might not actually be there to serve our best interests.
Yeah.
And that's something I think as time goes on, with the age of AI and the age of mass media and alternative media, we have to teach our children to navigate this landscape, because it's new to all of us. It's a fast-growing world out there, and the rise of AI is incredible. The videos now that AI can produce look almost perfect.
Yeah.
3 years ago they looked like crap. Now they look fantastic. 5 years from now they'll be probably better than this. This could be an AI. This could be an AI simulation.
It'll be high def AI.
Yeah. And we're going to have to navigate that.
Along that lines, on Facebook, I'll be watching, scrolling through, and all of a sudden this thing will pop up. I'm looking, I go, wait a minute, that's AI. I mean, it's an ad, and it's AI, supposedly of a doctor saying, "Oh yeah, this medication is good for you." Blah blah blah. I'm like, it's a little bit geeky still.
Every ad on Rumble, I go on Rumble all the time to watch certain things, and every single ad is AI, because they show these politician type, I won't say names in that, talking about some pharmacy. And if you really look at them, it's not them. It's a computer generated to look similar, but really similar. And you can't sue them. And they did that to another community on YouTube. I'm not going to say them either. They're like a Amish type prepper thing. They've been on for a long time. And somebody used his wife as an AI ad for some kind of medicinal crap. And somebody found it and recorded it and showed it to her. And she lost her mind. You can't sue. Because, it's not you, it's AI. Yeah, but you're using a likeness of me. No, it's not close enough. Because, see, look, the eye color is slightly different. I mean, they play the games. Yeah. So they're starting to, and it's tough to tell. I mean, I can tell because 99.9% of the ads that pop up anywhere now, they're AI, period. Yep. Trying to sell you some random thing, showing you goofy pictures and slides of eyeballs and saying, if you do this one thing now and blah, 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 and you watch that for 5 minutes, then you have to go watch another ad for 45 minutes and they still don't give you any information. So, no, yeah. And then that hasn't changed, but it's all crap.
What's the next question?
Next question is, do you have a will? I don't.
I do.
Yes, I do as well. It's very vague, though. It's very just, I learned, like I says earlier, that the wills in my country, unfortunately, don't really have much of a ground for standing out. They can be just overruled very easily. So they're literally not worth the paper they're written on in some cases. So mine is very simple. It's not divvied up to any, lots of different people. It's simply just a case of I die, everything I have goes to my partner. I'm not married, so I have to specify that in my will. And I have to specify that on things like my.
Mine's the same way right now because if I die, wife gets it. If the wife dies, I get it. If we both die, the kids get it. But if one of us dies first, then we just have to go get the will rewritten. So, because once somebody is no longer in that will, then you got to get it rewritten, which costs you whatever dollars at the lawyer to get it done. But we want to put our stuff in a trust because of the property and stuff I own and that way it's not like it doesn't just go up for sale.
Yeah, it's definitely important to revisit these things though over a period of time. In fact, we did mention this earlier on in the conversation.
Yeah, I was driving when you were talking about it.
As life changes and more things get paid off, or your value becomes larger or lower, whatever it may be, or maybe you get divorced or something. It is important to keep on top of these things and prioritize exactly where things are going. And for me, it's really simple. I've got one child. Ultimately, I always want that child to always get anything I have. I want him to have, and so my will's always going to be focused on that. So because he's only 9 years old just now, everything goes to his mother because she's going to do what's best for him anyway. So it makes more sense to do it that way than to try and give a 9-year-old a house. That would just be ridiculous. You give it to his mother and hopefully she does the best for him. But there will get to a point where maybe he's past 18 years old. Maybe I'm not even with his mother anymore for some reason. Maybe she's either died or we've separated or who knows what's happened. But I have to make sure that I change my will at that point because otherwise, it's not going directly to the person I'm interested in the most, which is where my genes are, in a selfish sort of way.
That's one of the reasons why we're working on setting up land trusts and a family living trust and an S corp and retirement accounts to control everything, so that it's all secured, and the court and the government doesn't have anything to it because it's not inherited. It's not being changed of ownership because it's all going to be placed into ownership of the trust. And all it is just that the kids will have access to as a group to be able to do something with the trust. No one person can do anything with the trust. It has to be done as a group. So just they can't have, you got 3 executors, any one of them sign. No, they must all sign off together on it. And so that's one of the things we're going to do on that is to do, set that up for it. One of the things that I didn't mention earlier, and I've been thinking about it a couple times. I've seen several of these financial planners that say they have what's called a family bank. It's like an investment trust, and they put so much money into it every month. When the kids have a job, they're required to put so much money into it every month. When they go to college, they don't get a student loan for college. They take a loan from the family bank at 0.5% interest to go to college, and they pay it back. And then if they need to buy a house, they can take a loan from the family bank to buy the house at 0.5% interest, not 7.5% interest. Then they pay it back. And so that's one of the other things my wife and I wished we had set that up back when we first got married. We would have made things so much, we would have paid things off quicker and had more things. And had the kids paying into it when they were got their first jobs and stuff while they were still in school and everything else. And even after school, they'd be paying into it. And I need a new car. Buy a car, pay it off, 0.5% interest back into the bank. So the bank is earning money. The family bank is earning money, and therefore it's not a I forget what the term is, but it's actually an investment, and it is growing. So there's no capital gains on anything being put in there.
Yeah. I think, I mean, it's the one thing I would say about wills as well. I know Mike said earlier that some companies will offer you like a free will writing service. You should absolutely take advantage of that. Even if I didn't have kids, if I had no family whatsoever, I'm just a completely single guy, and there will be people watching this YouTube channel who are sitting there thinking, well, I don't have anybody, I don't care. I think you should have a will anyway, because do you really want everything that you've worked for over your life to go to the state so that they can spend it on something that's absolutely not in the interest of anybody other than themselves? I would rather leave everything I've acquired to the bloody donkey sanctuary than the state.
Exactly.
So, I mean, if it costs a couple of £100 to make a will one time and you've got nobody to leave it to, but you leave it to a donkey sanctuary rather than the government, I think that's a good investment.
Yeah.
And
if you have brothers or sisters or a favorite cousin,
yeah,
you don't have to have kids. You don't even have to tell them.
You don't even have to tell them. You can just put them in it. So when you die, it's like they just get a phone call saying, "Hey, it's all yours, buddy."
Yeah.
Or you have a favorite YouTube channel that you want to donate all your money to.
There you go. But not through YouTube, because they'll take 30 or 50%. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I think a will is a good practical thing to have, even if it costs you a couple of £100 or a couple of $100 or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever the equivalent is. It's never really much more than that. But it's
the thing is, so with the will, you can go online and you get a blank form. Then you just fill it out yourself. Go down to the local bank or someplace that has a notary, get it notarized, and then you just you can file it or whatever else you need to do with it, or you just make sure to get copies, have each copy notarized, and hand it out to those that are in it.
That's the case here as well. I believe you don't actually need to pay some lawyer to write your will up. You can literally you can write it by hand if you want in this country, and as long as it's in a place where it's accessibly you can be found, and it's it's obvious that it's definitely you that's written it, then that is legal in that sense. But unfortunately, like I said a couple of times before, in my part of the world, wills are a bit worthless. But it's better to have one than not have one.
Yeah. So what's after wills?
After
Burial.
will, a family trust. Who takes it over?
Yeah. So an example for my parents, when my dad was first getting sick with cancer, they put the house into a family trust, as well as the cars. And then I told them put the cars into something different, a different trust. So if someone gets in an accident, they can say, "Oh, it's in this trust." So everything in that trust is now accessible. So you put it in a separate trust, and so that's if they put the cars into a separate trust. But so basically, when my parents set it up, at first, the executors of the trust were my parents. When my dad passed away, then my mom added my sister to the trust. Then after my sister did some funny things, my wife, and excluded my wife and I from a meeting dealing with the properties and stuff. And so then my mom took my sister off and put me and my wife on as executors. And so.
Hey, is it, Gil, you'd know this. So if you put like everything you own into a trust, and then a family member that's in that trust or whatever gets like a catastrophic illness where the medical bills can go through the roof, does that protect? No.
Okay. All right. The trust, a family trust, does not include people. It is its own entity.
Right. No. Okay. So that's what I mean. So if I put a bunch of stuff in a trust and say I get really badly ill, where my hospital bills just go catastrophic, they'll go to collections.
It's not your property. It's not your property anymore.
Okay, so it technically can protect you to some extent financially. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like having an LLC. You
Gotcha.
put it in the name of an LLC, and you do something. Well, you just work for the LLC,
Right.
you know. And so with the trust, it's set up like that. So it's, you know, it's in the name, you know, the property's in the name of the trust. Nobody can sue for it because you don't own it.
Gotcha. So collections agencies can't come after you because you owe, you know, the hospital like $10 million in medical
Exactly.
bills.
And that was one of the reasons why my parents got the living trust, was because my dad was coming down with cancer, and they'd already dealt with it when my mom had cancer 15 years earlier, but she got over her. She was cured of her cancer and the bills and stuff. So they put it in for him. And when the bills for all his stuff came up and stuff, and my mom said, the only thing we have is his Social Security, and Social Security wouldn't let no, this is her death benefits for, you know, you can't touch it.
Right.
So, you know, the medical insurance paid for what the medical insurance would cover, and that was it. And it was a wash. And then we found out later you can actually get stuff reduced on the. That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they found out that you could have reduced it, and they probably could have gotten some payout from the insurance, but we didn't find that out until about 10 years later. But so trusts are controlled by whoever is named executor, and you can have the chief executor who can change whoever the other executors are. As in case of my parents, it was my mom and dad. Once my dad died, it was just my mom was the chief executor, and she named whoever the other executors were to be. So, and once she died, we didn't try to carry it on, since we were executors. We just dropped it and, you know, let everything go on it, you know. But it was you know, it's just one of those things. It has its part, and if you work it right, it's great. What most people don't know is everyone talks about here about J.D. Rockefeller, one of the richest Americans ever. He didn't own anything. He owned nothing.
Yeah, it was all in trusts and other things.
It was all in trust. His saying was, own nothing, control everything. And he controlled the trust, but he owned nothing. And when he passed away, there was no taxes because he didn't own anything.
And there's still no taxes, but that's another story.
Yeah. But yeah, so
See,
same thing with the Rothschilds, the Van Horns, everybody. They all own nothing. They control stuff.
See, in the States with like, I don't want to get overly complicated, but and you guys have got like a healthcare system you have to pay for, like up front. If you have life insurance, for example, if you don't have medical insurance, but you have life insurance, and say suddenly you're struck down with cancer and you own a house and you're being treated for cancer and you're in hospital and then you die, so you have a bill, does the hospital then have the right to take, they can't take your house or your life insurance?
Can't touch the life insurance.
Right.
If you don't have the house in a trust, they can come after it. If the house is in a trust, they can't touch it because it's not yours.
Right.
Oh, they'll still try. They always try.
Well, they
will come for every hoop out there to try to take anything and everything they can get.
But the thing is, though, if it's in a trust, it's like, I don't own it. I'm paying $5 a month rent to the trust. I don't own it.
But I mean, for the most part,
every judge will just say, "No, get out of here."
And most people find a workaround where they can get around medical sort of bills, but still leave something to their children, for example. It's like, as a European, it's hard to understand.
Yeah, that's what the trust is for. So basically, I put this property here, put it into a trust. I put the property across the street, put it into a different trust. There as a land trust. House in California, we put it into a land trust. Then we put all the vehicles, farm equipment, everything else into an LLC, limited liability corporation. if I get in an auto wreck, everything's protected. If it's my fault, everything's protected because I am leasing the car from the LLC. It's not their, they're not responsible for what I do. The homes and stuff will not be in my name. So they do a search for me. I own nothing, and they can't do anything about it. But since the house is in a trust for across the street, and that's where my daughter and her family's living, they just pay rent to the trust.
Yeah, I mean, in the UK, the closest equivalent we have to where a medical bill, for example, could be something of an issue when it comes to inheritance. The NHS, for example, we don't have medical bills in that sense. But one thing that we do have is, let's say, for example, you get dementia. So you own a house and you have some savings, but you get dementia, and you are at a point where you have to go into a care home. If you have assets in your bank, in the form of savings or a house, then the care home can seize some of those assets.
Yeah, same here in the States with certain cases.
Yeah, in order to pay for that. Which is annoying because, see, if you have no assets, you don't have any savings, you don't own a house, you go to the same care home.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the States, not so much. Here, you just get crappier care.
Yeah. Which is why here, the trust has its own bank account.
Right.
And it just has a signee on it, which is the executor, can sign for paying property taxes and that stuff off the trust. Whereas with the checking account, minimal stuff is kept in the checking account, and one of the things to limit saying, oh, it's tied to that, you write a check to the trust for rent, and it's on the check. It's the line on the check says, rent for August, rent for November, rent for whatever. That there, they go, oh, see, you're right, you're sending money. No, it's rent, and the courts will just laugh them right out and say, no, you don't have a case. This is obvious. They're paying rent. You can't sue the landlord of someone paying rent if that person owes money to you. So, that's one of the neat protection things out there. If you get a financial advisor who deals with trusts, LLCs, S corps, they can help set up or direct you to a specific attorney that deals with setting these up, so that you're protected, you're isolated and protected, and that way. So, if my wife and I die and all the properties are in trust, do the kids get it? No, but they get control of it.
Yeah.
And that way the boys, get to live in the one house. My daughter lives in the other house, and they keep paying it rent to the land trust as an investment. And there's a lot of steps to go on to entities you set up to protect it. But that way they can get paid by the trust for doing work on the property. They can get paid up by the trust for being an officer of the trust.
Yeah, the trust actually pays like the property taxes and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, pays the property taxes and stuff like that. And if you need to do, if it needs to have roof repair done, and you know how to do the roof repair, you submit write out an estimate, submit it to the trust. One of the other executors signs off on it. Yeah, agrees to pay it. You do the work, you get paid from the trust. Yeah, you got to pay income tax on it because you got money, but you're not getting nailed with the higher rate of inheritance tax. And you get to live there, and your investment goes into that, and then that's where money starts getting shuffled into a family bank to where they can get loans on to buy cars and stuff. And then they do the same thing. It's like, oh, I'm going to buy a car, but I'm going to put it into my own LLC or whatever. That way, if I do anything happens in the car, and they can't go after the car and everything else or stuff like that. There's layers upon layers of doing it. And as I say, you need to get a financial advisor, preferably one that is also an attorney, and they will set stuff up for you.
Yeah, it sounds like there's sort of layers of bureaucracy there that you have to sort of think your way through in order to safeguard yourself against these certain things. I mean, it's the one, I suppose it's the one benefit we have in the UK, at least, where I mean, everybody has a sort of plan for, if I die, this happens. But okay, what happens if you don't die straight away? What happens if you're on life support in hospital for a year? Yeah. Are you accruing a medical bill or not? In the UK, we wouldn't be accruing a medical bill. We would still be on life support, but there would be no bill. So that we at least don't have that to worry about. If I was in the States, I would have that to get, as a consideration. I would have to sort of prepare myself for that possibility as well. It sounds like there's bureaucracy you can go through there to safeguard yourself against that kind of issue as well. Yeah. But I suppose it's not all good on my side. Although we don't accrue a medical bill, we're probably getting poorer quality healthcare as a result of that. Or certainly a longer waiting list. So I suppose it has its pros and cons. That kind of, but I do know that a lot of people become bankrupt in the US through medical bills.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, because they don't know about trust, family trust and stuff.
Yeah. So
lawyers aren't going to just come out and tell you either. They won't just come out and tell you. Attorneys,
they'll make it hard. They'll make it difficult. Because the incentive is there for you to make it, for them to make as much money as possible. And I know there's some debate in the US around health insurance based on, them not paying out for certain things as well. And we've even seen the murder of, CEOs of certain health insurance companies and things because people believe it to be unfair and things like that as well. And, there's certainly insurance companies in this part of the world as well are pretty much against. They'll find any avenue possible not to pay what you're due.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my life insurance says, okay, if I die, I get, £500,000 goes to my, person that I've deemed as the person who gets it. I can guarantee that she won't get £500,000. They will work out some sort of clause in there that says, oh, it's actually probably more like 250 grand because
they'll say, well, we did a blood test and it seems he might have smoked a cigarette 27 years ago, which caused it.
Exactly.
Therefore, you don't get it. Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. There'll be some sort of way that they try and wiggle their way out of that kind of stuff. So it's definitely something. Yeah.
Okay, I think we covered that.
Yeah, the next one is life insurance. I actually have a life insurance through the union.
Yeah. Let me see if I got to pull something up over here. I'm not going to share it, but I got information. Their life insurance here in the U.S., you want to talk a web.
Yeah.
But let me see if I can find something here. There is a particular type of life insurance, which my wife and I wish we had known about back when we got married.
Term?
No, not term. Term is not a good type of life insurance.
No,
because
whole life sort of is, but you're not making that much money on it. But
yeah, well, I got a whole life policy, but we wish we had where is it here? Okay, it is a permanent life insurance policy index, also called a universal life insurance policy. And basically, that is a really cool thing to get when you're young. And you can keep increasing it as you grow older. And money you pay into it, say I have it for $5 million. And I get it. I can immediately turn around and take a loan against that, tax-free loan, take out $1 million, buy a house, and pay the loan back interest-free to the life insurance policy instead of to a mortgage lender.
Yeah, because you're paying yourself back, like borrowing from a 401k.
I'm paying the loan back, and most insurance companies are not allowed by law to advertise it here in the U.S. But if you ask them about it, oh yeah, but you got to make sure that you write it up exactly as a permanent life insurance policy type, IUL Index Universal Life Insurance. And like I said, if you're under 35, this is the type of something to get here in the U.S. It just works so much better. If you have if you're older, there's some of these guys doing the financial advice, talking about it on Facebook on their short reels. They say get with a financial advisor and an attorney to do it right. You can increase it each year, or you can do a lump age prospect for it, because you got to be able quote be able to pay off the money into it. So, but yeah, it's tax free to borrow against it. And if you borrow against it, if you borrow the full amount against it to do something and you die, guess what? It was taken as a loan, and your family now has it, and there's no inheritance tax placed on it at all.
Isn't it a case of if you take a loan out, say it's a $10 million policy, I wish, and I take $1 million out in my name only, and I die, doesn't that count as income tax at that point because you didn't pay the loan back?
Nope.
Okay.
It doesn't count as income tax because you still have the debt now. That it's argue you have debt that can be paid back. Now, if it's a policy on both you and your spouse, and you take it out, you die, she still needs to pay it back, but it's interest free still, just like just as you were before. But having some sort of life insurance policy is essential. When I bought my first house, a month after I bought the house, I got a life insurance policy for $200,000. I only paid $143,000 for the house, but I got a life insurance policy for $200,000, and my parents were the beneficiary because they could then take and use the life insurance to pay off the loan on the house, and they were designated as the recipients of receiving the house. So then they would get the house paid off without having to use any tax money for it. It was kind of convoluted to do it, and it worked. I didn't die. It would have worked if I died, but it worked for that type of purpose. Well, then a year later, I got married, and I changed the beneficiary to my wife as primary and my parents as secondary. And then 2 years later, she goes, "What's this? What's this coming out of the checking account? $58 a month. Oh, that's what this is." She goes, "Oh, maybe I ought to get a life insurance policy too." And she did finally. And our life insurance policies list each other as primary, list our daughter as secondary, our oldest son as tertiary, and then our last son. So everyone's listed as who gets in charge of the money first to distribute it. And they all know it's supposed to get divided evenly. But if my daughter dies, I gotta check my wife. I gotta check my wife on this to find out what, because we have an insurance policy on all of our kids as well. And are we still the beneficiary on the kids' insurance policy, life insurance policies? I think we are. But basically, that's a $25,000 life insurance policy, and that's just to cover funeral costs. Which is another thing. You have kids, get an insurance policy on them, and if you get it when they're really young, it's like $5 a month for $25,000, or $5 a year. I mean, it's ridiculously cheap when you get it on them when they're under 5. And it does not. It's locked in. The price never goes up because it's over their lifetime. It's supposed to more than pay for itself. But yeah, that's something to get. But some sort of one of those universal life insurance indexed universal whatever type of life insurance I was talking about there, that is one that you can, it's not the normal ones. You got to ask about them, and that will comes out like a interest-free, tax-free thing where you can borrow money from. Now, I'm not sure how it is there in the UK. If you have anything like this, you do need to talk to the insurance agent there to see if there's any sort of thing like this there as well.
I think there is something similar in the UK. I mean, the way that I do life insurance is funny, actually, because I got a letter today, which is literally my renewal for my life insurance cover. For comes in every year and tells me how much I'm paying and what I'm covered for, etc. But I mean, the way I do it is usually every 3 years, every 5 years, when the renewal for the mortgage comes up, I have a financial advisor that looks for the best deal for the best mortgage, but he also looks for the best life insurance policy and the best insurance policy. So he looks for all different things. He gets a little kickback for that service, but he is usually able to find a better deal than I would otherwise be able to do if I was just doing it myself on the internet. And then I renew it sort of based. So it gets done all at once, and then it kind of rolls on for a few years, and then after a few years, we look at it again. The life insurance policy I have is it also covers critical illness, because that's the one thing that a lot of people can fall foul of in the UK that they don't think about. So they have a mortgage on the house and they have life insurance, but what they don't have insurance for is, let's say you get injured at work and you're unable to work now and you're only 35 years old,
right?
And you can't pay for your mortgage anymore, and the bank starts chasing you. So I pay a separate insurance premium here, so I can see my life insurance policy here is basically for, it's for £150,000 here, which will pay off the remainder of my mortgage, which is, puts my partner in a good place. House is paid off. It leaves a little bit. It pays for the funeral and stuff. And also
we have something like that here too.
Yeah.
That when you get a loan, the loan company requires unless you put up like a 30% down on it, they require an insurance policy which they roll into the loan called mortgage insurance. That if something happens to you, death, unemployment, whatever, that it pays the mortgage.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you can do, I remember because what I used to do when I owned my first flat, I took the very bare minimum insurance. And the idea of that was that as the value of the house, the value was okay, but as the value of my mortgage went down, I paid less towards my insurance because I wouldn't have to pay as much out in order to cover the cost of the loan.
Yes.
And so I was paying a little bit less as it goes, but of course your payout becomes less and less by doing that. And when I moved into this house, I've changed that now. So it actually goes up a little bit now every year. So that means that not only is the house paid off, but there's money left over to, pay for the funeral, plus, get on a good footing and a little bit of inheritance and stuff like that. Yeah. And also included that critical illness because the kind of industries I tend to work in, I could get very badly injured where, so I'm not dead, but I'm not working. And, I can't rely on my job paying out enough money for me to cover the cost of the mortgage. So it's like it's done by the same company, but it's a separate payment.
Yes.
So I can see here it's £26 a month I'm paying for critical illness a month, and I'm paying £11 for the life insurance. So the critical illness is double the amount of the life insurance, because I suppose that at my age, 41, and in the industry I work in, there's a greater chance of me being critically injured or ill, or getting cancer or something, than dying. That's how the insurance company at least has worked it out. So I pay more for that. Yeah. But it gives me the best of both worlds. And I also pay, just because we're talking about it, I pay 40 pence on critical illness and 42 pence on the life insurance as a waiver, so that there's no additional cost there. Yeah. So I don't have to pay anything out of my own pocket or anybody else's pocket should one of those two things happen to me. Yeah. I mean, that's just basic good financial hygiene. I think everybody, if you own a house, at least, that's certainly something you should have. If you have children, then I think you absolutely need life insurance. It's almost selfish not to.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. a little bit more on life insurance. If you're a renter here, they have renters insurance here in the U.S. I don't know if they have renter insurance there. Where if I'm renting a house, I can insure all my belongings in that house, and it's covered against a bunch of things, including something wrong with the house that causes damage, such as a roof leak, or whatever else, or a fire caused by something wrong with the house. So it protects the all my belongings there. That's
you better get riders on pretty much everything. That doesn't always work out well.
Yeah,
because you got to prove you had everything. My VCR, and it's like, well, we don't know you had a VCR. Do you have a receipt? No, it burned in a fire. Sorry.
Yeah, and in the UK, it's called contents insurance. So
same with renters insurance.
Yeah, but back in the day when I rented my flat before I bought it, I had contents insurance, and it doesn't. It literally just says how much do you want? How much would it cost to replace all of the contents of your property? So if you say, okay, it would cost £20,000, that's how much you then are saying that you want. So then they'll give you a number to say, okay, you need to pay us £4 a month or £10 a month to cover you for £20,000 payout.
Right.
But they will say, is there something of high value specifically you want to insure? So that's jewelry, a TV, a bike that costs $2,000, something like that. You can individually specify items.
And always read the fine print, because it doesn't mean it's covered for anything and everything. And that's where it's a legal thing. So none of us here are freaking legal anything.
No,
we're just talking about our experiences. So we'll go with that.
Accidental cover is something that they try and sneak in. So you have to say over here, whether you want to be covered for accidental damage. So the classic case is a TV. So you can be insured for a TV, but are they talking about the TV just going kaput? Or are they talking about the kid throwing a golf ball at it and it smashing? Because, those are two different kinds of damage then.
Yeah.
And so you have to say, yes, accidental damage as well, including that.
That's where in the States you have to buy it from Best Buy, because you can get Geek Squad protection against anything. And my daughter she does something for Best Buy. And she's like, oh, yeah. She's like, you buy a cheap keyboard, get Geek Squad protection on, because sure as heck, in about a year, it's going to, one of the keys is going to stop working. Just bring it in and give you another one. There's no deductible. There's not. And if they don't make that model, they give you the next available model. And because she works there, I get Geek Squad. Like if I paid $20 for a computer keyboard, not that I would need one, GSP is like $1 for 3 years. So yeah, in 2.5 years, and it even protects you if you dump a soda on it. Just bring it in and say it's all sticky in there. I think something spilled on it. Like, oh, okay, here you go. Here's another one. I mean, it's a backwards racket. It is what it is. Yeah. It's kind of funny, and it's funny because she used to work at one of the stores, and she'd go up to the counter and get a bag of chips and a soda, because they sell that there in the little coolers, and they would literally ask her, "Would you like Geek Squad protection on your soda?" She's like, "Well, how much is it?" She's like, "They're like, it's a penny." She's like, "Sure." So she did it one time, and she went up there with a half a bottle of soda because it got warm and flat. And she's like, something wrong with this soda. So they literally put it through the system and gave her another bottle of soda.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about insurance is definitely a bit of a racket when it comes to a lot of things, because I did hear it once. I mean, we're talking about contents insurance, for example. So let's say back in the day where I had that flat and I said, okay, everything in my flat is worth £20,000 and I'm going to pay an insurance company £7 a month to safeguard myself against all of that. Now, the prospect of me losing every single item in that flat is pretty low. I mean, the whole house would have to go on fire in order for me to lose everything in the house. So would I be better off just putting that £7 a month into the stock market, into the S&P 500 or something, and then over a period of 10 years, I mean, how close to that £20,000 would I be? It's you could start thinking about it that way, but... Yeah. It's kind of like pet insurance as well. Like Mike was saying earlier, pet insurance is expensive. Vets over here cost an absolute fortune. That's not covered by the NHS. But would I not be better off putting £50 a month into a savings account that accrues interest, rather than give £50 a month to an insurance company where I accrue nothing and I'll have to argue with them about the cost of something should I need it? You know?
That's one of the things when we that my wife and I were talking last year, and it's like, woulda, coulda, shoulda. if we'd known that we would have had no claims on our house for the last 36 years,
Yep.
if we taken all that money and put it into a Roth IRA, we would have a couple $1 million probably.
Yeah, but that's the what if, and you don't know.
Yeah,
and
what
you'll
if?
never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I forget what I was going to say there. Oh, so
Yeah.
I used to, when I worked at the Ford dealership, I worked a lot with the insurance adjusters for car accidents. And they would come in and I'd have to put it up and show them things that I found on the mechanical side, not just the body, that, frames bent here, axles bent, all this stuff. And I did all the mechanical stuff for them. And they would come in and I'd be going over stuff. Meanwhile, it was a truck that slid off the road in the snow and landed in a ditch and absolutely totaled it. And the insurance adjuster would come in and be like, okay, what any other damage besides the body? I'm like, don't you guys ever look at the fact that the tires on this thing are absolutely bald and he had no traction? They're like, no, we don't look at that. I'm like, that is screwed up. They didn't care. You go out with bald tires, wreck your truck, and they'll pay your truck off. Now your rates will go up, but it was the biggest. I'm like, this is like a scam. They're like, yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing in the legal language that says if you don't have at least 50% tread on your tires or something like that, and you slide off the road in a snow or a slippery condition, then we're not going to pay you. I'm like, that's crap. And that's now I know the insurance rates are high.
However, if you get in an accident, somebody gets hurt, the other insurance company is going to be going after that, and then they'll.
Yep. I know. I've had two insurance adjusters fighting at the same time in my shop.
That's it, guys. Take the argument outside. Go over there to Dunkin' Donuts and argue over there.
But then you also get insurance for insurance, so you have no claims discounts and bonuses in the UK, at least anyway. So every year that you don't make a claim on your car insurance, you get a 1 year bonus, and it goes up to 12 years, and then you get the lowest premium. But should you make a claim, obviously it goes back to zero. So what you do is you pay more insurance to protect your no claims. So you pay insurance, but you also are paying the separate insurance which protects your no claims should you make a claim. So it's insurance, which everybody pays, because nobody wants to lose those no claims, because the difference between having 1 year, the difference between having 12 years no claims on your insurance and having no years no claims is astronomical. It goes from you go from paying £200 a year for your car to $7,000. It's right. That it's that wide. So of course everybody's going to pay for the protection of no claims. Yeah.
I'd love to address Diggs what he said about his keyboard, but I think there's a few women in the and I have a joke. But I'll tell you four later when we're off the air.
I know exactly where you're going.
No, you don't. You never heard this joke before.
You'd be having worked construction and law enforcement. There's not many jokes I have, and having a bunch of relatives in the military. I don't think there's a joke I haven't heard.
All right, fine. You can leave then. I'll tell the other two.
And the last question then. Who gets your preps?
My daughters will fight over it.
The Donkey Sanctuary.
Yeah, the Donkey Sanctuary gets all the freeze-dried apples.
Yeah. Who gets your preps? Probably with ours, it's going to be who wants the most, and who's they're going to follow the rules of a game called Munchkin. Whoever argues the loudest wins. Because all my kids play Munchkin and they know that rule.
Or just leave it all in the trust. That way, if something happens, they all have preps.
Yeah, that's what. If you have a trust, that's one thing you do. You keep. That's some of the personal belongings that have been transferred to the trust.
Yeah, and in my case, all the preps are really just classed as the contents of the household. So
I have a few things in my preps that I don't want my family to have. My wife would take it, but would probably wind up selling them all. And my kids don't want it. Actually, one of them's not allowed to have any of them because of whatever. But so I would probably leave those particular preps to a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. I will guard them and treasure them deeply.
Yes. He's just going to hold on to them for the rest of the family. That's all.
Yeah.
You always get. I was on
and I'll make sure they are properly oiled and used to make sure they function properly, and then cleaned and oiled again.
Yes. And once a year, I need to make a withdrawal for a couple $100 from the LLC for maintenance fees.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see when you get these people who end up with preps and they don't understand the value of something. I was on a Facebook group last week, and they were talking about this guy. He's like, yeah, this woman was selling a tent, and she literally says on the post on Facebook, got this camping equipment. It was my late husband's. He's passed away. He was into camping and stuff. Anybody want to buy it? Basically, here it is. And she took a photograph of the stuff all laid out in the living room. She's like, here you go. One of the items was a Hilleberg solo tent, which is worth about 1,100 quid. Brand new, had never been used. And somebody immediately says, I'll give you £200 for everything right there now.
Of course they would.
And they're like, yeah, that sounds fantastic. Come around.
Come and get it.
Come and get it.
Yep.
Some poor guy's fantastic tents just went for nothing, basically.
Yeah. You're gonna hate this one or love it. There was a post on Rebel Canner's Facebook page. This lady goes, I just made the score. You're all gonna hate me. I bought the largest American
All-American canner.
All-American canner, which is the 41.5 quart one, for $5 off of Marketplace.
Yeah, because the kids didn't know what to do with it. It was grandma's.
Yeah, and like I don't want it. I want to just get rid of it. She got it for $5. That's almost a $500.
Yeah, and so I did that once on Marketplace. I picked up the small, not the smallest, but I can double stack plain single stack quarts. But I picked it up for $20. And it was the lady's grandfather's, and it was dirty because he oiled it every time, and it was just nasty. It took me a while to clean it, but I got there, and the whole garage was full of canning equipment, all jars and stuff. I was like, what are you gonna do with the rest of it? She's like, oh, I'm just gonna recycle it. I'm like, what? So I was like, I'll give you some money for some of this. She's like, really? I was like, yeah. And after I took my stuff, what I wanted, which wasn't that much because I really didn't need anything, just jars and stuff, and they're all newer jars with regular rings and lids. And we're talking like 40, 50 cases of jars used, but empty. And so I told her, I said, look, I said, I'll level with you right now. I gave her literally like $3-4 a case because they had no lids, no rings. And I said, they're dirty. I said, I'll tell you right now, I said, the rest of these, I said, count them out. I said, put them on Marketplace. I said, and put $5 a case. Come and get it. And I said, and I guarantee they'll sell her. You make a deal on it. And she messaged me back like a week later because I watched. She put it up. It was gone like instantly. She's like, oh my God, thank you so much. I was like, yeah, thank you for the canner. She's like, well, I found out that canner's worth like $400. I was like, no, not in the condition it's in because I had to replace everything on it, which cost me $80 and the time to clean it. And I sent her a picture of it. I said, now it looks like this. She's like, oh my God, you did do some work on it. I was like, yeah, I really did. I said, it was worth the $25. I said, if you wanted $50 for it, he said, you'd be sitting on it.
So, I mean, it's definitely the importance of knowing exactly what it is you've got. I mean, you guys might know about this, actually. You hear about those two brothers in California with that comic. You guys hear that story? It's just last week. So I pulled it up on the screen, just because I wanted to get the exact figure. But there was two brothers in California, and their mother died, and they knew that there was a box in the attic in their garage somewhere full of old comic books. Because their mother had said, yeah, we collected these comics back in the 30s. They're up in the attic somewhere. And they did nothing with them. They ignored it for 2 years. 2 years, they just ignored it. And then they decided maybe we should go and take a look and see what's up there before we sell the house. They went up there, they found the box, and because it was California, the stuff was in good condition because, moisture and stuff hadn't got to it. Now, you can look this up online. I just quickly pulled it up as well. But one of the comics was a #1 issue Superman.
Oh, geez.
They sold it. It was a 1939 #1 issue Superman, and they sold it for $9.12 million.
Yeah, because it was in mint condition in plastic.
Mint condition, never used. They bought it once, they put it in a cardboard box, and they left it in the loft.
Yeah.
And that house was about to be sold, but the brothers said we should maybe take a look and see what's up there before we sell it.
There might be a box of stuff. There might be a box of gold coins up there. We never know.
Yeah, they said that they knew there was a box of comics up there because their mother had told them, but they didn't know if it was worth anything or what it was.
Yeah.
But they thought we'll go up and we'll take a look and we'll go online and we'll see how much it's worth. And that's what it sold at auction. It's £6.9 million.
Yeah, and I'm sure California took a ton of it because the guy owed medical bills, so we need 5.2 million first after taxes. Yeah.
Now,
That's a lot of money for a
comes,
comic.
when it comes to prepping is an insurance as well. And Tammy has mentioned it several times on the live streams over the years. She'll buy a bunch of stuff at the store when it's on sale, like for Albertsons or Ralph's or whatever it is. They'll do like the 10 for 10 sale, so you can get 10 boxes of macaroni and cheese for $10, or 10 boxes of hamburger helper, or whatever it is. Well, she'll buy stuff that's not that's on and keep stockpiling her pantry up, and then when she goes to use it, to replace that one is now a lot more because of inflation.
Right.
And so basically everything is a hedge against inflation. And so if she's taking, if she says if you have money to put in the savings account, you buy food, and then while you're using that up, you add what the difference of what you're using when you bought it to replace it to a savings account, you actually save money.
Yeah, if you got that extra money to do that with. My savings account is I freeze dry it. I get beef on sale, whatever. I'll cook it or not, or do whatever with it. And I freeze dry it and throw it in separate pouches. I got vegetables in jars, freeze dried, raw, blanched, whatever. And every now and then my wife's like, oh, I need peppers and onions for this sausage. I was like, hold on. I go downstairs and grab a half-gallon jar of freeze-dried onions, freeze-dried peppers. I throw them in a bowl, rehydrate them. I said, here you go. Yeah. She's like, oh, my God, where'd you get these? I'm like, I grew them. They're mine. They're ours.
Yeah. The comic book thing popping up there, too, is back when I was, in, single digits, 8, 9, I was buying a lot of comics back in 64, 65, 66. And I had them in a box all. One of the times when we were moving, my mom decided to throw them out.
Oh, my grandmother threw up my father's war cards. Yeah, he had war, all the different tanks, boats, all that stuff on it from the 20s or 30s. And she threw them all out.
Yeah.
He had thousands of them, and they're worth stupid money today.
Yep. But yeah. So there are other things they can use quote as insurance or investments. But so the value of what you put into your preps can turn around and support you later for things. My sister, one of the things she did, they had like three years of food storage, and she had quit working as a real estate agent because she was taking care of Mark, Jenny, 5
bunch
kids.
of family members. Yeah,
had five kids, and then her husband was working for his dad's company, and his dad decided to sell it, and the owner fired all family members. Of course, the company went bankrupt. The company went bankrupt 3 months later because he fired all the talent.
Yeah, he fired everybody that knew something, but whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he was unemployed for 6 months trying to get another job because he got fired. And I tried to say, the guy, fired everybody. He went bankrupt, But so they lived on their food storage.
Yep.
As insurance. That was insurance. It was, against, it wasn't SHTF. It wasn't Tawaki. It was, an event.
I've always said that the number one thing I prep for, if I don't consider myself a prepper, but the one thing I do prep for is unemployment, because at my age, that's my biggest risk. If I suddenly became unemployed and found myself between mortgage payments, which has happened to me a few times in life so far, that's what I'm preparing for. And there's nothing worse than being in very lean times for a couple of months where you're trying to find another job and you're behind on the bills and having to worry about literally buying food. So that's what I prepare for, I suppose, in the short term, and everything else, is kind of a bit of a hobby, a bit of a sort of long-range forecast, a little bit of very long-range planning. But ultimately, you should really just prepare for the thing that absolutely is the most likely thing to happen to you at that point in your life. Yeah. Because that's the smart thing to do, I think.
Oh, was that the last question?
That was the last question.
Uh-oh. We got 2 hours to go here. I know, an hour.
47 minutes.
Oh, whatever. Something's wrong with your clock, dude. My computer literally says it's 5:10 p.m. Yours says it's like 5:12 or 3:12.
5:12, yeah.
Yeah, something. I don't know. Oh, you're looking at a clock on a wall. What does your computer tell you?
10 3:12. 3:12. But the other computer here says it's 3:06.
That's because they're not hooked to the internet. But anyway.
Well, they're hooked to the internet, but it's when the internet started changing times, a lot. I disabled the automatic update because it was always updating wrong, wrong sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, my phone and my computer have the exact same time, and the minute changes within a millisecond of each other.
All right, one thing here before I forget, I want to get something here up to put out here. So your success and can't even speak here. Succession plans for your family and stuff, for land. Don't forget cars, especially if you have collectible cars, motorcycles, QQs, tractors, whatever it is. Make sure that you have stuff designated, even if it's all paid off. Make sure everybody knows who gets it, and don't just make one copy. Make multiple copies. And some of the things you could do if there's going to be a fight over something, send both of them a certified copied letter of it that's been notarized, so they know who's getting what, and they can't go, oh, well, I'm supposed to get it. And they all both know that the other one has a certified letter, so they can't argue about it come time.
Yeah. That's the only thing I haven't added to our will yet is my property and the tractor and all the other stuff I got out there. So I gotta stop in and just have an addendum put on it, because wife and I talked about it. May not leave we might leave the property to just one of my daughters, because she'll probably move there and use it. If not, it goes to my niece, because she'll come back from Colorado and move on and start a farm.
Yeah. Okay. Control C.
What's up, Bob?
Oh, trust me. Even if you put everything in writing, the savages will fight over it. Trust me, people are greedy, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's what your relatives become when you die or a loved one dies. They become animals. And I've been through it. I was executor of my mom's estate, and the ones who do the least, who never visit that relative, who never help them out, want the most, and they want everything.
That didn't happen with my mother, fortunately. And it was actually it's a hysterical story. My sister tells it all the time. We're both sitting at my mom's dining room table, going through the will, going through stuff, whatever paperwork we could find. The first day we're up there, and I'm reading the will, and I'm reading it, and I'm flipping pages back and forth. And she's like, "What's the matter?" I was like, "This literally says that you are the executress for the estate." She's like, "I thought we were both." I was like, "Not according to this." And she called the lawyer real quick, cost us $50. And they said, "Oh yeah, Cheryl is she's the executress." I looked at her, I stood up, I said, "See ya," and she, of course, I wasn't going to leave because I knew she would take care of it. And the two of us, we did everything. I did all the grunt work, she did all the paperwork, and she took her minor fee. She didn't even want to take a fee. And I said, "You're allowed up to 20%, right?" She's like, "I know, but we're going to split it anyway." I was like, "I know, but I was fighting for her." She's like, "No." She's like, "You did a lot of work. You always came up here. She didn't go up as much and that." And then we split it. I mean, she took like 10 grand or something. I was like, that's fine, because she used a lot of fuel going back and forth and did a lot of her time. So I'm like, yeah, take it. And but that's the good thing, is we get along so well. There were no, I want this. It was more like, do you want this? Like, no. Do you want it? No. Throw it in pile for the auction. Or we did fight over beer steins. I was like, these are supposed to be mine, right? And she's like, no, Mom said they were mine. I was like, no, literally, Mom and Dad both said they're mine, because you don't collect beer stuff. I do. She's like, all right, well, I'll take the broken one. It had a broken pewter lid on it. She's like, I'll take the broken one. You can have the good one. I was like, okay. So that was the only fight we had. And she still tells that story, and people were amazed. They're like, your brother didn't fight you for more money? She's like, no, why would he? It's like, oh, my brother. And just all the stories we're telling now. It's like, they come out of the woodwork.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. And they even sued me. What happened to my mom's money? I said, I can spend it all on her. What do you think? Oh no, and eventually I went. My brother called me. Yeah, that's what it came down to. You stole it. It was just a horrible time of my life. I'm glad it's over with, and I cut ties with every single one of them, all of them, from that moment forward. After it was settled, we're done. I never want to see you savages again, ever, for the rest, or your kids.
I think my sister and I are closer now after my mom's passing than we were before. We would chat every now and then. Now it's like daily routine.
Yeah, that's good. I didn't, I didn't have a family like that, because they're all heavy drinkers and druggies, and that's why even my life right now, if anyone around me is a heavy drinker or a druggie, get the fuck away from me now. I don't want you around me ever. Friends, families, neighbors, get away from me. Because I see what they become: brain damaged and greedy.
Yeah, I do have to admit, though, when we were both up there, we'd have to go to dinner or lunch or something. And because I'd cook when I could, but we were cleaning out the kitchen, so there was nothing left to cook with except like a pan and the fridge, and that was it. And it's like, come on, let's go out and get dinner. I'm like, okay, of course, where do we go? A brewery. Where does the money come from? The estate. It's like, yep. Thanks, Mom. She just bought us a couple beers, a couple growlers to go, and some steaks. We're good.
Yeah, with my mom's one, after she took my sister off as executor and added me and my wife, when my mom passed, my sister came in. I'm the executor. What's the date on that? Showed her the other one, which was notarized, and she saw mine was notarized, hers wasn't. She goes, oh, why'd you change that? Well, because you drove her crazy when she was living with you for those 2 years, and she spent the last 8 years living with me. And she talked more to my wife, Chris, than she talked to you or me combined. My wife was her bestie for the last 8 years of my mom's life. Most of them say, "Oh, your mother-in-laws don't get along with their daughters-in-laws." Mine did. They got along great.
I suppose I've got I've got the advantage that both my mum and dad are still alive. I've got brothers and sisters, but my mum and dad are worth absolutely nothing, so I won't have this problem. If they were to suddenly drop dead tomorrow, there wouldn't be any fighting over anything.
Yeah, nobody wants to be the executor because they have to deal with all the bills.
Yeah, I would actually have to probably pay something because there would be bills associated with them.
Yeah,
I'd imagine. But that is just the way it is with a lot of people, I think.
Yeah. Hang on here. Let me get this here back up. So there was a comment earlier about they upgraded it. So there was an earthquake earlier that was a 6.7, and I forget who said it was. Said it was a 7. The USGS finally upgraded it to a 7-point earthquake up on the Alaska-Canada border. Right where the line, where Alaska kind of follows the shoreline there a little bit by Canada, and it goes straight up. Right at that point where it goes straight up is where the earthquake was. So there's some bays up there. So I'm not sure how bad people were affected up there, but they just had a 7-point earthquake up there.
Yeah, I saw that on the news.
Yeah.
No, yeah. People become animals, man. Well, here was the argument that my mom made me the executor and the durable power of attorney because she knew that I was the only one she could trust. Period. That was done back in the 90s,
Yeah.
I remember our family's attorney said, Bob, she didn't do you any favors. Well, but she's right. I'm the only one she can trust, And here was their argument after how I shouldn't get anything from my mom's estate, etc., because I used to go to the Philippines. It's like, hey, morons, idiots. I worked at Boeing. I went to work every day, and I went there once a year to visit my fiance. Hello. You could do the same thing if you weren't putting a bong in your mouth or drink it every damn day. You could do the same thing, but you don't. Yeah, he was pilfering her estate back when she was still alive. Like, you fuck. Yeah. Then when my wife got here, my wife and I took care of my mom, literally, physically, everything. And then here's she's such a brilliant woman. I love it. Anyway. She's sitting on the sofa over there and going, and my brother was arguing. Mom was not in her sound mind and body when she signed you into as the executor. And my wife went, she did that in 1991. Jim, you're the oldest oldest man in the family. Why didn't she have you do this? And he just said straight out, it's because she didn't trust me. And I said, that speaks volumes right there. But here they continue, that's that druggy alcoholic mindset.
Yeah.
It's never my fault. No, not my fault. It's somebody else.
Yeah. Hey, Shadow, how are you faring out after your issues you had there a while back? You doing okay?
Yeah. It has been a quite stressful year.
Yeah.
I would imagine. Yeah, you don't have to get into details, but yeah, I know. A lot of us know because a lot of us have already gone through it. Except for Alan.
Yeah.
You're in for it, Alan.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll happen. I've got I suppose I've got the luck that both my parents were quite young when they had me. So there's only like 17 years of a difference between me and my parents. So there's every chance I'll go before them.
Yeah, just mark my words, Alan. The family members who do the least want the most. Just trust me on that.
Oh, well, I seen that with my grandparents. So there was fighting over that, and that was a nasty thing to see. But hey, that's just the way some people are.
Well, what I did take out of my mom's estate was my dad's U.S. Army Air Corps uniform, his Class A uniform from World War II. And my little piggy sister turns to me and says, what makes you think you have the right to claim that? I said, because I'm the only veteran in the family. That gives me the right. She goes, I'm going to sue you.
She saw was, I could probably sell that for $20.
Bingo. Yeah, and she says, well, I'm going to sue you for it. And I said, you already have. And go ahead and sue me again. Go ahead. My lawyer fees will come out of the estate. My lawyer fees will. So go ahead. That's why chances are very good I'll die in a far off distant land. And I don't I don't care anymore. If somebody wants something from my estate, I'm not going to assign anything to anybody. I hope I die an absolute pauper. Nothing.
Well, you can fake that real good, Bob. Just put everything into a living trust.
No.
And then they go,
No. Let me finish my sentence. Because the way I look at it is reality. My kids are all competent people. They can get their own, like I did.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and stress and worry and, oh man, I might save $1 so my kids can have it. I don't do that.
Yeah.
You get your own, like I did. Period. You know.
Yeah. But yeah,
I'll be on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
You know, they can fight over it if they want to. I don't care. I'll be dead. You know.
Yeah. My grandmother, for me, my brother, my younger brother, my cousin that's same age as me, and her younger brother, who's the same age as my younger brother, gave all of us $25,000 for down payments on the houses we were getting. Every time we went and bought it, here's $25,000. Here's $25,000. When she passed away, she had, I think, $10,000 in the bank, and she had at one time owned 15 properties that she had as rental properties. And she got tired of dealing with it, and she'd sell one off. She'd sell one off, give stuff to the grandkids, and everybody knew she was doing this. So when she passed away, it was like, party. No, and what she had left over, all the grandkids and everybody else said, all right, her two daughters, my mom, my aunt, you guys divided up, and they started dividing up amongst their kids. I mean, it was like, you take some, you take some, you take some, you do something good with it. And that was one of the things, you do something good with it. And so, I mean, she died 6 months after I bought my house. And so the next month, the $5,000 my mom gave me was okay. And it paid down my mortgage a little bit more. But, she gave us all a head start. And that way, like for me, when I married my wife, she saw what had happened, and so she started dumping more of her income into the house as well. So I'm doing the math here in my head. So my daughter was born in 94. Before she was 17, the house was paid for. So, and she was born 4 years after. So in less than 21 years, the house was paid for. And from that one, what we have left over, we bought the house across the street here, and 2 months ago it was paid for. So, and that's what we teach our kids. All right, you get something, do it. Here's the example. We did it. We got 2 houses that are paid for. Save your money and buy your own place. So I got two sons living at home, still paying $700 a month rent, and the rest of it goes in the bank account. So
that works.
Yeah. So I'm not kicking them out because they're saving money, and they're getting ready to buy their own place.
Just not in California.
No, yeah, my oldest son, my youngest son wants to buy something near Sacramento because his hobby is going up to the Sacramento Railroad Museum every weekend he can, and he volunteers there as either on maintenance or as a dozen on the trains up there.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
He's given back historically. I mean, to me, I can't argue with that.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, let's get off the funeral stuff here because it's kind of getting depressing at this point.
It does. Brings back a lot of bad feelings.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but yeah, just for those that have been coming in, I've seen a couple more names come in here. Missed the beginning of it. Yeah. Best thing you can do for getting things done, if you want to keep the government out of your business, or make a land. If you own land, get a land trust set up. Move the property into there.
Yeah, that's what I got to do with my property.
Yeah. Get another trust to cover vehicles and stuff in case you get in an accident and it's your fault by some fluke. They can't go after anything else because the vehicle is the only thing in that, vehicles are in that trust or an LLC C for a for property. Just talk to a financial advisor, preferably one that's a legal private financial advisor, because that's what they do. They save people money that way, and the more people say they save money that way, the more word of mouth they get, and the more business they get. So they're very interested in saving you money and getting you set up right.
So, Chef, you ever get that finish, that shower system finished at your cabin?
Well, I got my we played around and tested making a water heater over the fire. That worked well, but the all the copper tubing I got out in the shop right now that I was bending that night. Oh no, it's still in the shop. I'm not going back out to the cabin. It's too freaking cold out there.
Yeah, I don't blame
I
you.
go out this for a day because I can throw a bunch of logs in my wood stove, but it'll warm up the air, but the thermal mass in there takes days to warm up. So it takes like 2-3 days before it's comfortable to sleep in. So I'm like, wintertime, no, not happening. I won't even go out there for a night. And I'll go out there for a day and just clean some stuff, move some stuff around. I got a few things I got to put back out there, like pots, pans, and that, and a few things I got to pick up, like my diesel jugs that are empty. They're in the cab, and I got to bring those home. But no, in the springtime, we're going to set the pump system back up. I filled up 3 55-gallon drums with water from the stream with a water pump that I have hooked to my generator. It took 17 minutes to fill 3 55-gallon drums, and it was about 15 foot of elevation, about 200 feet distance, and it was 3/4-inch ID hose. So yeah, it was like a fire hose coming out the end. It was great. Filled that, and then we hooked up my fake water heater with copper tubing in the fire to see how long it would take to heat up a 55-gallon drum, and it took to go from 40 degrees to 120 degrees. It took about 12 hours, but it was 3/8 tube and it was small stuff. So, but it worked. It was percolating away and it was getting warm. So I had nice hot water to wash my dishes with instead of trying to boil water. It was just hot enough. I'm like, that's perfect. I can just barely stick my hands in this and wash all my pots, pans, dishes and not use paper goods and not bring the crap back home to wash it. So it was fun. We dumped it all out and we're all ready for next year. We have a better plan for next year, but this was just a test run. I love to test out things I think might work. And it worked. The pump worked. It was a little sketchy at first, but we got that to work. And then the barrels and then my water heater. And other than that, we just cut trees down and just ate good food for 7 days. It was awesome.
Why not, man? Enjoy life. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think see the idea of passing stuff down the line and sort of giving stuff away as inheritance, things like that. There used to be an old thing in survival where the items that you purchased, they were so prized that the quality of them had to be in such a way that they could be literally passed on down the generations. And people in the, probably not the so distant past, especially in Europe, would prize items based on how many generations could they pass that down the line. And they would do it for things like, I've got a couple of stuff lying around just in here just now, where something as simple as, like a wilderness axe. You're going to buy a wilderness axe anyway if you're using one, but you wouldn't just go buy any wilderness axe. You would pay the extra money to get something like, this is a Grand Force Brooks axe. It's an expensive axe. But this is a tool like this could be passed down from one generation to the next and take a sharp edge, or something like a handmade, leather pouch like this. You could literally, they still find stuff like this now and again buried in the ground that's 1,000 years old.
Wow.
And it's still damn near functional because it's preserved and it was so well made. Or a very good sheathed knife, that's full tang and they've been handcrafted and well looked after. Things like this last generations of time. And you might not. I mean, does my son actually want this stuff? Probably not. But if he did, I could be safe in the knowledge that when I'm 70 years old, in theory, if I look after this stuff, it will be exactly as it is right now, in this kind of condition. And in theory, he could do the same thing and pass it on to his children, And that's just a different way of looking at things. We live in a very disposable world nowadays where people just buy things and then they use it for a period of time and then they replace it because it's got broken or whatever. But there was a time where we did that. We used to buy things with the intention of keeping it so well kept because it was so well made. We paid a little bit extra for it because we knew we were going to be passing it on. And, Dutch ovens is a classic case of this happening as well, where women would pass on their pots and pans to their daughters. And it was like a big deal, this because a good set of Dutch ovens were very expensive and they had to be well maintained and looked after. I mean, Chef Tech will know far more about, this kind of stuff to me, but back in the days where Dutch ovens and cast iron pans and stuff were highly valued, highly prized items, they would pass them on to their daughters and things, and it would go down the generations. And people took care of things a lot more back in those days. I think people probably stopped doing that round about, I don't know, when was the consumer age really took off, like the 50s or something, when plastic and stuff started getting invented, where people started buying crap. But, prior to that, people took a little bit more care about the stuff that they had because they wanted to pass it on to their children. Whenever I buy a new item that's for bushcraft, not just hiking, but the actual crafty side of being out in the wilderness, I always make sure I buy something that I imagine that I want to pass on to like my kids when I'm 70 years old.
When my grandmother passed, she passed down to my mom her big, huge, heavy aluminum fudge pot. This is like a 2.5 gallon pot that she used to make fudge in. When my mom was she's getting up in her 80s, she gave that pot to my wife because she was still using her own fudge pot. And she goes, and because my wife was making fudge a lot too, and she goes, when I die, I want you to come down here and get this and take it before anybody knows that I'm gone. So my wife has my grandmother's and my mother's fudge pots. And those are heavy duty, good quality fudge pots.
I got all my mother's canning supplies. My sister wanted no part of it. She just wants my canned goods. She's like, hey, bring me pickles, bring me this, bring me that. Okay, give me my jars back because you know who they belong to. She's like, yep, they were moms and grandmas. So, and that's the sound of a pressure canner going right now, jiggling in the background if you're listening.
Yeah. Nobody wanted my mom's All-American 23 quart, and so it got left up in the loft of my shop in California. And totally spacing out 5 years later, 6 years later, that it was even up there. My wife was talking about canning, so I went out and bought her the exact same thing, brand new. Then when I found that one, she goes, that's looks like what I have down there. Yeah, I guess I'll take this one to Idaho. But yeah. So that one, the one that was my mom's, will get passed on to my daughter because a good friend of my mom's and mine and my wife's from church, when she passed away, her husband gave my wife all of their canning stuff. So we have 3 of the All-American 23 quart canners.
That's good.
Yeah. So
the idea of sort of passing stuff down to your children. I mean, at one point it was almost religious the way people used to do it. And in this country, people used to pass down things like their weaponry. Like their sword would go from father to son and so on, and all this kind of stuff. And some of the clothing that they would have as well. So you would have like thick handmade woolen clothing that would be passed down from one generation to the next, whether it be like in the form of a blanket or some sort of cape or kilt or something like that. You know, it would go down through the generations, and as people had a lot less in those days, things like that were very prized, and if everybody was a little bit more like that, where they passed, they made or purchased things of high quality that had longevity, and then they maintained it and passed it on, the world would be something of a better place, I think, and we wouldn't live in a time where you would just buy stuff and throw it out after a fairly short period of time. A lot of waste. We live in a very wasteful society, I believe.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's difficult to get quality of any kind. Like what I'll mention, my recent thing is a tool on Amazon says it's Japanese, a gardening tool.
Yeah.
And I've got some Japanese gardening tools, and they're beautiful. They're worth keeping. So I ordered it on Amazon, and it came in, and it was made in China. So it was mislabeled, misrepresented. So it's like almost everything you order nowadays, or you buy in a marketplace, almost everything now is made in China. It's not worth keeping.
Yeah,
you got to take the extra effort. Like if I buy more gardening tools from now on, I'm going to go directly to a Japanese website and order direct.
Yeah, I mean, China tapped into the wasteful nature of the West, and so they mass-produced things to, meet the needs.
They outcompeted.
Yeah, they outcompeted. And we're to blame for that. All they did was take an opportunity. They took advantage of something. They seen a market, and they could undercut it because they didn't pay the kind of salaries that would be expected in our countries. And so they basically made crap and sold us crap because we would buy it. And I don't blame them for doing that. But we should get back to realizing, well, do we really want to keep going with this? Or do we want to get back to having craftsmen and buying things of, a quality nature? Yeah, it'll cost a hell of a lot more. If you buy something that's made in America, it's going to cost 5 times the price that it'll cost you to buy in China. That's the same in the UK, and as long as you're buying something for an actual practical use that you're going to use, and you intend on sort of maybe even passing it on, then you don't mind paying for something a little bit more valuable, because you're going to have it forever anyway. I mean, this little pouch here that I was talking about earlier on, that's a handcrafted leather pouch of very high quality leather, and brass buckles and stuff like that. That cost me a bloody fortune, far more than what it would if I was to buy a Chinese version on Amazon. The difference is I'm never going to buy this again. I've bought it once. That's it. I bought it, I'll use it, and then I'll pass it on to somebody who might want it one day or not. But if I bought the Chinese version, it'll last 3 or 4 years, and then it'll look like garbage, and I'll have to go and buy another one.
That's the long-term goal with the tariffs, increasing the tariffs, to get manufacturing, even if it's a foreign company, get it built here. Like, because recently, for example, a large old steel mill that's still somewhat in operation somewhere in Pennsylvania, the Japanese bought it, and they're renovating the whole place. Well, you know how smart they are about manufacturing. They make the best stuff possible, and they're setting it up to where steel is going to be made right here in the U.S., not brought in from China. Just garbage.
This was passed down to me from my dad, and it was passed down to him from his uncle. His uncle and aunt were in China when Japan invaded China and were taken as civilian prisoners. And when the camp was liberated, he chased the commandant into the woods and came back with the commandant's sword. And so that has become a family heirloom. And so I already know right now who's going to go to from me, unless one of my boys decided to get married and have kids. But it's going to go to my grandson Danny, when he turns 18.
That was very nice of that Commandant just to give up that sword like that.
Yeah, the only problem is there's this little itty bitty nick in the blade.
Yeah.
Where it hit bone.
Oh, he made his kebab of him.
He voluntarily gave it up.
He gave him a free ticket to see the afterlife.
Yeah, nice. Hey, and how come we don't hear kids these days fighting over the at the estate divvy up? Going, oh, I want those battery powered candles that Mom bought at the dollar store last year.
Yeah,
we're fighting over the hurricane lanterns from great grandma that are still functional, still good, made of glass, and still work. No, nobody wants the crap that they just bought within the last 15, 20 years. Nobody fights over that flat screen plasma TV. Nobody cares. Nobody wants it. Why? Oh, that's right, because it's crap.
It's crap. Yeah.
Because it's disposable.
Yeah.
Yeah, disposable crap.
Yeah.
No, do you think, Bob? Do you think the tariff idea will work? Do you think? I mean,
it already is. It already is working with especially the Japanese and the Koreans. How they're having auto assembly plants here in the United States. And now the Japanese recently bought a steel mill in Pennsylvania. It already is working. It is.
Right. I can see. I can see some places where it wouldn't work. You know, I mean, the world. The beauty of having sort of like a free market, a sort of worldwide thing, is some places are just better at others that producing certain things. You know, if you have everything entirely in house in one country, I mean, you're not necessarily getting the best item then. You know, you might have an all-American made car, but, you know, European cars or Japanese cars might just be better. You know, that might just be the hard fact. And so you're missing out on getting the best possible product, you know, in exchange for having something that's just as expensive but of less quality. You know, it's the same in the UK as well. I mean, we could have certain things just made here and not buy them from the US or Japan or somewhere like that. But it would be of less quality because technologically it's not as good. I mean, and the Chinese, we like to rip on the Chinese a little bit, but the Chinese also have fantastic innovations in certain technologies, particularly around things like electric vehicles or drones. The Chinese drone market, for example, is the most advanced market on Earth. You know, the civilian side of it anyway. Yeah. You know, DJI drones, for example, the Chinese company, they are the best drones in the world, bar none. Nothing comes close to it. Now, in America, you guys are about to ban the sale of DJI drones, partly for national security reasons, because those drones are probably hooked up to, you know, some Chinese spies network somewhere or whatever. But in reality, it's probably just to try and encourage the American drone market to try and catch up and sell drones, you know, to drone citizens. But my feeling is that all you're going to end up having is a substandard drone, you know, because
don't look down on American manufacturing. We build very high quality items. We really do.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, that's not to say other countries don't as well. And you know, it might be the case that just other countries just do some things better. You know, all of my knives, for example, I buy all my knives from Sweden. Now, there's some very good knife makers in Britain, you know, in Scotland and the UK, and there's some great knife makers in the US and places like that. But I tend to find that Swedish-made knives are just the best, you know, purely from a construction point of view and longevity point of view. I might be slightly biased and just I have that mindset, so I kind of go with that notion now. But if suddenly there was a tariff on Swedish knives in the UK where I couldn't buy a Swedish knife anymore and I was forced to buy a British knife, I would have a good knife, but it wouldn't be as good.
Yeah.
Well, the way it works is like the Swedish company like Volvo, they moved to Korea. to manufacture heavy equipment.
Yeah.
They're made by the Koreans, but the company is owned by the Swedes.
Yeah, I mean, it's different if that happens.
Yeah,
You
and
know, this knife was made in an axe. I mean, that axe I was showing earlier, that's a Swedish-made knife axe, and it actually has the initials of the man who made it by hand. And you can look him up on their website and see a photograph of him and his bio, and tells you everything about him. You know, that's how detailed you know they are with the craftsmanship to those products. Yeah, you know, I could buy an axe on Amazon that's made in China that looks exactly the same, made of the same metal and has the same wooden handle, but I don't think it will have been made with the same standards and the same quality and the same craftsmanship as you know the person who made it.
Like these bypass shears.
Yeah,
it's an American owned company, and these are made in Mexico, and they still have to pass American made quality control. You know, if countries like China, if I buy these made in China, they pass Chinese quality control, and it's not nearly as good.
Yeah, it's not as good.
Yeah, and if the tariffs continue, I'm hoping that that company will move manufacturing back here to the States. You know? Yeah, that's the long-term goal of the tariff.
Yeah. However, there are certain things that were never made here in the United States. This quality-wise, what comes to mind is, and I'm saving up money so I can pay for it without the wife using it on me once I get it here, is a set of knives that are made by a Japanese knife smith. And when you order the knives from him, it takes 30 to 40 days for him to make the knives. It's all by hand. That's craftsmanship that is centuries old.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how well the tariffs play out, because I've been following it a little bit. I'm not entirely clued up on exactly. I understand the principle behind it, but I'm a little bit. I've been listening to Ben Shapiro a lot, and he's very much against the tariffs, and he's been explaining why. So,
well, the problem with tariff back in American history, when Andrew Jackson was president, we had no debt. There was no national debt. Everything was paid for by tariffs coming into the country. Then the rich boys decided, hey, we need to get a piece of this money stuff, and they created the International Bank. And they bought senators and representatives to pass a law to eliminate tariffs and set limits on tariffs, and go to the international banking system, which was owned by Rockefeller and Van Horn and a bunch of the others. And so these trillionaires are making money off the national debt here. So the one thing that Trump needs to do, and he can't do it, is to eliminate or to override that law or get it removed that limits the amount of tariffs and eliminates the national bank, the international bank, and stuff, and eliminate the Fed. The Fed is it's called the Fed, but it's not really a federal agency. It's a private corporation called the Federal Reserve. They need to eliminate that. And then the tariffs would have immense change on it. That's part of the problem. That's what the tariffs, if they were used properly, in 10 years we could have no national debt.
Yeah, I think the first thing he has to do is get us to not be. We need to become a sovereign country again and not a corporate entity. Yeah, that's its own. That's a whole nother 10-hour discussion there.
Yeah. Oh, it reminds me of a video from the Fat Electrician. Did you know there are only 2 branches in the United States government?
Yeah, the
military.
And the military.
No, in the military branches, there's only 2: the United States Army and the United States Navy. The Air Force is a corporation, and the Marine Corps is a cult. Because who else drinks Cobra blood?
Who else eats crayons?
That too.
I think Crayola owns the Marines.
No, they're sponsored by the Marines.
Oh, sponsored. That's right. Yeah. Sorry. Didn't mean owned. I meant sponsored.
But yeah, the tariffs, you know, it's not just tariffs. It's a bunch of other things in line to get it to work right. But, you know, unfortunately, the rich boys got in there, bought off some crooked senators and representatives, got laws passed. And, yeah, it's been a whole downhill nightmare, making the trillionaires richer off of, our national debt. Cool.
Yeah.
Chef, you still there?
Yeah, I just hit the microphone because I got a pressure cooker going in the background, making a whole lot of noise.
I can't hear it.
You can't hear the jiggling?
I got a surprise for your raccoon friends in my backyard.
Uh-oh. I think I saw the video.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I've seen that video.
Well, this was I have a number. I get paid twice a month now, and every time I get paid, I get a couple more of those solar motion sensor lights, and some of them are reserved for going overseas. Some are in use here, but I set up along my back fence a whole bunch of them on almost every fence post back there, so that little raccoons go crawling across the fence. I hope I'm there when they crawl across the fence, when they walk along and lights, uh-oh.
And I thought the extra money every month was going into the A-10 Warthog fund to freaking put a bomb on me.
Yeah. How about a cruise missile, man? No, but I hope I'm a fly on the wall when they crawl across the top of the fence. Either they're going to take off running and go to the next light and think, I hope I'm a fly on the wall. I hope I can see those little guys. I think they're just cute. I think they're cute as hell, but I think it'll be funny to see.
Yeah. Well, there was a reel on Facebook. So, someone had set out their Halloween candy out there with a animatronic motion sensor thing.
Oh boy. Yeah,
and a couple raccoons were crawling up there, and they went up and they touched it. And all of a sudden, the skeleton starts going, and the witch starts cackling. The one did a backflip off the porch. The other one jumped back, hit the post, came back forward, jumped up, and attacked the witch.
That was me.
That was you.
Scared me, but I made a mistake. So.
You got to be careful. You may scare them so bad they don't do the flight; they do the fight response on your little lights out there, Bob.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they do. I'm hoping
they're going to start stealing your lights here shortly.
Yeah, probably will. My wife told me a funny story. She was coming home from work and it was dark, and there was three of them. Two of them crossed in front of her car in the road, and so she slowed down and stopped and let them go. And the third one got in the headlights and realized, oh, that's people. And he looked at the headlights and he comes over to the side of the car like, hi, do you have any food? He putting his hands up. Hey, hi, you're people. You need food. And she said, oh God, she was telling him, don't come into the car, for crying out loud. Get out of here. He just stood there with his hands out. Hey, you got anything to pass to me? I said, yeah, that's what he's doing, hon. He's looking for food because they relate us with food.
Well, I want to know is who fed him the first time.
It's hard to say. This was a different group in the same small town, but they were a different group farther over that way. But yeah.
Are raccoons? Are they much of a nuisance? Do they spread like we don't have raccoons here? I'm assuming they're kind of like a fox.
They can be in certain areas. That's why they call them trash pandas. Yeah. They will literally get into your dumpster, your trash can, make an absolute mess of everything, and then take it down to a water source and try to wash it off because they have to wash everything. It's kind of hysterical.
Right.
Yeah, that's why they come into my backyard, because I've got rain buckets, 5-gallon buckets full of rainwater and that's why they come into my backyard. I was watching them the other day as they dip something in the 5-gallon bucket and they put it in the grass and roll it around and like, that's why you guys keep coming back, you know.
Yeah, you something to watch. You ever see the video of the raccoon trying to wash cotton candy? That is fun.
I saw that.
Cotton candy, takes it over to like a bird bath. He puts it in, it disappears, and he's sitting there dipping his paws and like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? And then he does it again.
Where'd it
again,
go?
He didn't learn. It's just funny as hell.
Oh,
I'd say, Alan, that they can be a danger to people if you're around a mama with her babies.
yeah.
Right.
You know, then they will attack you. You know?
Because
They're
like
corner them and scare them when you corner them.
because they're like the
fight back,
size.
yeah.
They're the size of a small dog, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah,
They are.
they are.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Do they have like rabies or anything, or are they just?
They can.
Yeah.
Raccoons can get rabies, and pretty much any animal can get rabies except for possums. Possums can't get rabies. It's really weird.
I suppose
Yeah.
they kind of look like badgers to me. You know. we
Yeah,
have
they're like a
badgers,
badger,
you know.
skunk. It's basically just it's in the
Yeah.
rodent family with squirrels and mice and
Yeah,
rats and everything like that.
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
The only complaint I have about them is when they crap in my yard, and I understand that their stool can contain some kind of a parasitic worm. So I go out there with a little bit of bleach and pour it on their poop to wipe out any parasites.
I wouldn't have that problem if you put a toilet out there and some proper toilet paper, but no, you don't want to do that. So guess what? I'm going to crap in your yard.
Yeah. More fun to call in an airstrike, you know.
That's right.
No, they are a danger to like your house dogs and stuff like that, house pets. Because I've seen a few videos where a dog will go out in the backyard after them, and they will turn around and attack your dog.
Yeah.
In fact, they'll kill your hunting dogs too. Don't. A neighbor of mine was from Virginia, and he said he used to have hunting dogs, and when a hunting dog follows a raccoon into a river or a stream, the raccoon will kill him, because the raccoon will hold his breath, and raccoons have hands, and he grabbed his hunting dog by the ear. The raccoon held his breath and pulled the dog's head underneath the water in the stream and drowned him, and then let it go and then took off. Yeah.
Sadistic little creatures.
All right. So
I mean, there in some states you can have them as pets. They are trainable. So
They
are
are.
skunks.
Yeah.
In a lot of states, they're not allowed as pets at all.
Yeah, I've heard of something called a raccoon dog. I think, which is I don't think it's a full raccoon. I think it's
No, it's a coon dog. That's a hound.
Yeah, it's sort of like it
Yeah.
looks like one, but it isn't one. You know, it's I think there's a few
Oh,
people that
maybe.
have them as
That's one, of them
exotic
Chinese,
pets.
that's one of them Chinese hybrids.
Yeah.
My mom in the 1920s she grew up in Florida, and her uncles, there was hard times in the South during the Great Depression, so they had to go out and hunt for most of their food. And one of them brought home a baby raccoon, and they raised it in their house or the shack that they lived in. She said that was the biggest mistake they ever made, because he never hurt the people, but he was the most mischievous SOB in the world. They know how to open doors, and they know where you keep all the different types of food because they've got a good memory. And she said it was so they used to have to keep butter in a dish in the cupboard, and that damn raccoon found it, and he didn't eat it, but he put his little hands all over it and put it back. My mom, butter was a luxury back in the 1930s. They had to hand make it, and she took I'm have some buttered bread. Damn raccoon put his paws all over it, so she had to throw it out.
And then he realized you couldn't wash it to eat it. It just turned a greasy smear on his hands.
Yes. Mm-hmm. But just think how life has changed, guys. My mom and dad both told about their turn on the butter churn when they were growing up. Sit there and take milk and cream and pumping that butter churn. I mean, that's how life was for my parents. Now I just go down to the supermarket and buy it in a box. It's ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I was growing up, we had the hand crank ice cream. So we had to crank it to make the ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, all right. So I'm going to drop it in here one more time. This is the link to my live stream tonight for viewers. The topic is after your home is destroyed, what is your plan? That's in actually a little bit less than 2 hours now. And so, Shadow, are we done?
Yeah, we are done.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time for wrapping up.
Well, it's been
Sounds
fun,
like a
guys.
plan.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for letting me on again.
Yep.
It's
Yep,
always
same
a
here.
pleasure.
All righty. I'll see if I can get throw some more suggestions at you for topics here, Shadow.
Yeah.
All right, stick around after the show when he ends the stream so I can tell you that joke. It's killing
Okay.
me.
Sorry, this joke is not suited for YouTube. It will get
No,
channels
not really.
Okay, guys. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. Same time, same channel, with a new topic, whatever it will be. Take care, stay safe, and remember, be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless.
Bye, everyone.
Later.